Her opening statements began, a Franklin County assistant prosecutor told the judge he had actually approached the defense and asked if they'd be willing to engage in negotiations to take murder off the table and to have Dr. Husel plead to a series in excess of 10 reckless homicide charges. Defense attorney Jose Baez said Dr. Husel maintains his innocence and wanted to move forward with trial, and that's exactly what happened here today. Mr. Baez, Dr. Husel, do you have anything to say as we walk into the courtroom? Dr. William Husel back at the Franklin County Courthouse, walking into a second floor courtroom ahead of opening statements. The prosecution speaking first.
Mount Carmel West Hospital was an unlikely crime scene.
The assistant Franklin County prosecutor Janet Grubb told the jury how experts in this case will testify that Dr. William Husel's dosing practices were unwarranted and unprecedented. Husel is charged with 14 counts of murder, accused of ordering fatal doses of drugs or combinations of drugs for patients with the removal of a ventilator.
Several of our victims should have been maintained on life support for a longer period.
To save us time, it's not in the police report.
It's not in my summary, apparently, no.
Okay. Do you recall Gregory Dresbach, one of the two pharmacists who brought this case to everyone's attention, mentioning it to you?
No, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you a quick transcript of it, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I approach.
Okay. Did you guys get a copy?
He showed it to me. We have still not gotten copies of the transcription.
Okay. You're gonna have to mark that too, just for the sake of preservation for the Court of Appeals. We can do it on the break.
The rest of this too, on the back, or just this?
No, if you feel comfortable that that's read enough, I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah, he talked about the double effect.
Okay, all right, so, sir, in light of that, he explained what the doctrine of double effect is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you understood it to mean that.
Objection. This will be based upon hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm asking him what his understanding of the double effect.
I was gonna overrule the objection.
You understand that this doctrine basically means, I'm bringing it down to rudimentary layman terms so you and I can kind of understand it, is that if a doctor's intention is to alleviate pain, that if death is hastened or is caused as a result of that, that it is ethically permissible because the intention is to alleviate the pain.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This is a medical term. He's not a doctor. He's going based upon only what one witness, not a doctor, told him. That's hearsay, and again, outside the scope of his knowledge.
Okay. It's understanding here. You've got a compound question going.
Okay.
So I'm gonna strike the question. Let's start it over.
I'll rephrase it. Do you understand the doctrine of double effect to mean that the intent of the doctor in alleviating the pain is the primary issue, correct?
No, I do not. Just based on what I read there, no, I do not.
Okay. I realize you're not a doctor, so I'm not going to dig into what it means.
Well,
I
you keep
just
asking me
wanna-
questions like
Okay,
I'm a doctor.
stop.
Okay.
Okay? Let's stop prefacing it. You're not sworn in, you're not on the stand,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Detective, I want to try and ask you the questions and we have to take the report into consideration. So please let me finish the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Having said that, do you believe you have a full understanding of what the doctrine of double effect is?
No, I do not.
Okay. After the pharmacist who is involved in this case, in this murder case, brought it to your attention, did you follow up and look into, either by asking a doctor or by doing your own research or even Googling, did you do anything to research the doctrine of double effect?
No, I did not.
Now, you also learned through various pharmacists in this case that there's quite a debate on this issue in the literature, correct?
About fentanyl.
About doses, high doses of fentanyl. Yes.
Repeat that again.
You also learned through various pharmacists who you spoke to in this case that the literature on this subject is quite debated.
Objection asked and answered yesterday, Your Honor, several times.
That was on the doses not hastening, but actually prolonging life.
I'll let you have the question, but I thought we did cover it briefly yesterday, but let's go ahead and let you have the question. Overruled.
Do you recall we covered this yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so just summing this up then, you learned from several pharmacists that the literature, there's quite a debate in the literature, correct?
About the dosage used? Yes.
Okay. So as a detective, that must have created a little bit of an issue for you, right?
No, it did not.
It didn't create an issue that the only information you're given, which is the dose amount, is debated in the medical community. That didn't create an issue for you.
I'm not a doctor. No, it did not.
So it created no challenges in your investigations, making determinations of what to do next.
No, it did not.
Okay. So, sir, you also learned from every single person you spoke with that Dr. Husel was very approachable and open to questions, correct?
Objection, this would be based upon hearsay, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Sure. You learned through the course of your investigation, sir, that Dr. Husel was known to be very open to communication with nurses and pharmacists on communication in reference to his doses, correct?
Objection based upon hearsay.
Permit
I'm
the
not asking
question.
for specific.
I permitted the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if a pharmacist or a nurse had a question about a medication, as far as you knew, he was quite open to explaining his reasoning behind it, right?
Okay.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain, well, it's also speculative, so sustain.
So as far as, well, I'll move on, I think. I'll move on. You arrived on December 7th to conduct your first interview, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did so, there were plenty of people around the ICU?
We did not go to the ICU. We met at the office across the street there at 6501, I believe it's East Broad Street.
Okay, and were you made aware that a petition had been drafted
Your
by
Honor,
the nurse?
objection relevant.
Okay,
Finish the question.
hold on. Let's sidebar. Make yourselves busy, guys. Yeah, I know you don't know your neighbor that well yet. Hold on 1 second. She has her wires. Okay.
Detective, December 7th, when you were there,
Yes, sir.
did the hospital disclose to you a petition signed to reinstate Dr. Husel's employment?
I can't remember if it was that date, but I do remember somebody saying that there was a petition going around, yes.
Okay, somebody saying this was while you were there at the hospital?
Sir, I can't say. I do know that through the investigation, I can't tell you if it was that day unless you have it right there in front of you. Whether they said it at that meeting or if it was while we were interviewing some of the nurses or what have you. But I do remember somebody saying something about a petition being signed.
I do have it. Would that refresh your recollection as to
Your Honor,
when you made that?
objection.
I have to finish these questions for our record. It's critical.
Okay, but we already had this
Yes,
discussion.
what I want to
Sustained.
know. Okay. Now, in light of that, did you end up reading this petition?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me rephrase that. Did you examine it at any time in your investigation?
No, sir.
Did you not find it to be important?
No, we did not.
And you didn't find it to be important because you didn't want to know what the men and women
Objection, Your
who
Honor.
work with Dr. Husel, what actions that they might have taken in this case?
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question.
I'll rephrase it. I'll move on, Judge. Now, yesterday we covered we discussed the process of the Pixis machine and the process of how doses are administered at Mount Carmel. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're aware that you became aware through the course of your investigation that once a doctor issues the order, that basically the law basically gets passed to the next individual, correct?
To the pharmacist.
Or to the nurse, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And that the doctors aren't made aware of anything once the ball is passed, correct? Unless it's actually rejected by pharmacists.
Objection, second.
I'll permit it.
I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know that for a fact. Did you investigate that?
No. I mean, we investigated the process.
You didn't find it important enough to know what the doctor is advised of once the order leaves his hands?
Objection, argumentative.
Wow.
We,
It's for other reasons. It's sustained. Let's rephrase.
You did nothing to investigate what a doctor is made aware of once he gives an order for a dose of medication.
we knew if it was rejected, that the doctor would know that. But we all,
Go ahead.
but we also knew that if it was, it could be overridden before the rejection even got back to them by the pharmacist.
Again, I think you're confusing overridden from.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, let me. Are you aware the differences between a prospective review, retrospective review, and when in fact an override comes into play during that process?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're not fully familiar with what an override really is, are you, sir?
Just what we were told.
Mike, that's not my question. I said, so you're not really, since you don't know the differences and where an override comes into play, you're not familiar with what an override is.
Objection,
Do you understand the question?
Yes, and no, I don't.
Okay.
So that's your answer? No, you don't. You're not aware. You're not fully aware.
I explained what we knew how it worked and what you were asking me, no.
But you're not thoroughly familiar with the process.
No, that would be for
Okay.
the experts.
You're getting the same thing.
I just wanted to sum it up.
Let's
I'm
move
moving
on.
on, Judge. Now, sir. You were also, you also learned through the course of your investigation as to what vasopressors are and how they affect death on life support, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, it's a medical term. Again, this is outside the scope of
Okay.
his knowledge.
Do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question.
Okay, you can answer if you can.
I can't.
Okay.
And is that because, do you know what a vasopressor is?
No, once again, that's for the experts.
Okay, so just so I'm familiar with your way of investigating, sir. If a witness gives you a term that you don't understand, do you follow up to learn what it is?
It depends. In this case, like I said, we were brought in to talk to the nurses, the pharmacists, and some employees there at Mount Carmel. Okay? And then we were directed, by the prosecutor's office, what else they wanted us to do. And if anything else would have come up that they thought would be relevant, that we should talk to somebody, if Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Loeb, told us this, then we would go talk to them.
You told us yesterday that it's your job to follow the evidence, though, right?
Correct.
And-
What you're asking me is
and-
for the
hold on,
experts.
I got another question for you. So if a witness gives you evidence or information that they think is important, that is something you should follow up on. You would agree with that, right?
I agree the experts should follow up on it.
Did you talk to any experts about vasopressors?
Unless it's another term, a word you're using, no.
Sir, during the course of this case, you became familiar with what a Pixis machine is, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's where the drugs are stored, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask from the hospital, any Pixis audits?
Audits?
Yes. That have to do specifically with the Pixis machine?
I'm not sure if we did or not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that the Pixis machines are audited?
No.
So you had no idea they existed?
The audit?
Pixis audit?
And I'm going to answer this and you'll probably jump on me about this, but we know there was an audit done that gave us this list of people. Is that what you're talking about from? Okay.
Now, if
Then
you
no.
don't- Okay, if you don't understand the question, you say so. If you don't know the answer, you tell them.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Did the hospital disclose to you that there are Pixis audits?
I cannot recall if they did or not.
Did they advise you that these audits are done regularly?
That does sound familiar when we did a tour of Grove City. When we went to Grove City and they showed us the Pixis machines and stuff. That does sound familiar.
Okay. So you don't know whether they were done regularly or not?
No, I do not.
And you also don't know whether they're obligated to do that under any law?
No, sir.
Now, are you also aware that there are override reports?
I can't say for sure, but I do remember hearing about that.
Okay, so, and you're also aware, well, are you aware that, well, I don't want to ask it that way, let me. So you wouldn't, do you know how often the Pixis machine was overridden at Mount Carmel?
No, sir.
Would that have been important for you to know?
I can't answer that, sir.
You have no idea whether it would have been important or not. Is that your answer?
It'd be important probably to the experts, once again.
But to you, the detective investigating this case, to determine what happens next, that you
No,
don't
sir.
find that to be important.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned yesterday that Dr. Roth actually went over the medical records with you?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Roth is the doctor at Trinity Health, not Mount Carmel.
Correct.
Okay. So no one at Mount Carmel went over these records with you?
No, not that, well, with us, no.
Okay. And when you're the one who actually prepared the progress of investigation report in this case, right?
Well, actually, all of us did. If we did something, we would put it in there. So we all kind of, if we did something that day, we'd come back or we'd tell our sergeant, and he would put it in for us.
But the report's signed by you, right?
Yes, sir.
And basically it's you that signs on the dotted line.
Yes, sir.
Along with your supervisor
Yes, sir.
and your badge number, right?
Yes.
Now, in here, you're supposed to be thorough, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's important to be thorough in a homicide case, right?
Yes.
And of course, truthful.
Yes.
So in light of that, you have all the details, well, not all of the details, but you have summaries of all of of everyone who you interviewed, right?
Correct.
And it also talks about basically a chronological list of what you did in the case.
Yes, sir.
Things that you found to be important.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anywhere listed in any of, not only the progress investigation, but any supplemental reports that you may have filed that talks about you actually meeting with Dr. Roth and going over these medical records?
No, sir.
You didn't find that important enough to put in a report?
No. I mean, we met with him that day. He went over some cases.
So we've never had any prior conversations, right?
No, sir.
Nor, I mean, yesterday, the first day we met, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's nothing you did to advise anyone on the defense that you actually met with Dr. Roth and went over the medical records, right?
No, sir.
Now, the first person you met with was Randy Miles, right?
Correct.
Okay. And during the course of that, you found out that there were these two pharmacists who basically brought this case to their
Okay,
to
we
his
went
attention.
over this yesterday.
I'm going somewhere else with this.
Okay, well, let's go then.
You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were given a list of everybody and all the pharmacists that approved all of these cases, right?
Yes, sir.
And we went over yesterday how these two pharmacists had approved different cases, but there were multiple pharmacists that you spoke with about these cases, right?
Correct.
And it was only those two that actually brought it to Randy Miles' attention, right?
Correct.
And the reason for that, you found out, was because they didn't take issue with any of
Your Honor,
those,
objection,
right?
that would be hearsay.
that's also speculation. Sustained, rephrase.
What you found out is that they all either prospectively or retrospectively approved these medications, right?
Objection still based upon hearsay.
Okay, overruled.
You repeat your question, please?
What you found out is that all the other pharmacists either prospectively or retrospectively approved these medications.
Yes.
And at any point, did you put together the fact that all the other pharmacists are agreeing with this, and the two that brought this to the manager's attention had equal or higher doses approved in the past, and then mentioned diversion to you?
Okay.
Did you
Your Honor.
put that?
Object, sustained, asked and answered.
In examining all of this, sir, did you put all of that together?
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, asked and answered.
As part of your job, sir, when speaking to these pharmacists and their approvals, part of your job was to find out why they approved it, right?
I think that would have been for the pharmacy board, when they went before the pharmacy board.
Let me ask you this, though. I'm talking about you, okay? I can only ask you what you are doing and thinking. So please limit your answer to that.
Okay.
So my question to you, sir, is that when you're part of your job, when finding out the pharmacists who approve these medications, is to find out why and their justification for it, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you do that by simply asking them, right?
correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had the reports, I'm sorry, the medical records for Ms. Penix, right?
Correct.
Okay, and part of that investigation on Ms. Penix, fair to say you had a lot more information on Ms. Penix than you did anyone else, right?
Right at first, yes.
Okay, and part of that required going to the pharmacist, Gregory White, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you learned that Gregory White was peripherally involved throughout the evening with this patient, right?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'm asking about actions.
Okay, that wasn't what you asked, but
You learned in the course of your investigation that Gregory White was involved throughout the evening with Ms. Penix's care.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
okay. Is that your understanding?
yes,
Okay.
Now, this wasn't a situation, so being is that he was involved, you also learned that she was actively dying there, right?
Objection, hearsay, also calls for medical information. that's outside
Sustained.
the scope.
Were you ever, strike that. Now, I want to talk to you about part of what you were trying to investigate. One of the things that you also investigated was how the conversations work with families when someone passes, someone's making a decision to get off of life support, right?
we ask about that, yes.
Okay, and you learned that Dr. Husel was very meticulous as to the information that he gives when having these conversations.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled for now.
Yeah, we discovered he had a certain quote that he would tell the families.
Okay, so, you also learned that he was one of the doctors that would wait until families approached either the nurses or doctors, correct?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor. That can only come through the statements of witnesses.
That's sustained.
Now, you also learned, well, let me ask you it this way. In light of this, would it have been important for you to find out whether Dr. Husel ever advised patients of the potential side effects of any of these drugs?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll permit him to answer it if he can.
I can't answer that question.
Okay, do you understand what the question is?
No, please say it again.
Okay. My question to you is, would it be important for you to find out if Dr. Husel actually told the patient's families what the potential side effects are of these drugs?
Objection, Your Honor. That would be based upon hearsay.
No, it's not. I'm asking.
Okay, it's his perception. Did you have perception on the issue?
No, I did not.
You didn't think that that would be.
We did not ask that, no.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, do you think it would be important to ask, or do you think it would be important to find out if Dr. Husel actually informed patients of the potential side effects of these drugs?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, we may. we're still setting up. I feel like you're dominating that one section. Gotta give a little loving over here, a little loving over there.
Come over this way to make sure. That's fine. Gotta give them my questions.
Okay? Hold on. Ready?
Detective, I'm just about wrapping up. What I want to know from you is, did you find it important to know whether Dr. Husel had actually informed patients?
Objection, that would be based on hearsay.
I note the objection. We're still going through the process.
Did you find it important to know whether Dr. Husel informed patients of the potential side effects of these drugs?
No.
You didn't find that to be an important fact?
Okay,
No,
sir.
counsel?
And that's, okay. One moment, Judge. Couple quick follow-ups. You said you had toured Mount Carmel Grove, correct?
Grove City, yes.
Grove City. Did you ever tour Mount Carmel West?
No, I did not.
She never toured where any of this happened?
A colleague of mine did, Detective Pennington, and one of our CSSU detectives went, and I believe my sergeant.
I got a question for you on this. Once the decision is made and a patient is extubated, did you find out how that process works?
You mean just taking the tube out?
Yes. Did you ask someone, hey, nurse Stone, walk me through a palliative extubation? Show me where it is here. Show me the machines. And then also, where does the doctor usually go? Is it in the room? Is there a monitoring station where they monitor the vitals? Did you do something along those lines?
I did not do that personally, no.
Okay. Did you instruct anyone to do that?
No, I did not.
Are you aware that there is a monitoring station?
I would,
I don't want you to assume.
no. I mean, no.
So you don't know what devices or what vital signs are monitored after a palliative extubation occurs?
Once again, that would be for the experts, sir. No.
Okay. And you don't know the custom and practice of Mount Carmel as to what occurs during the process of a palliative extubation?
I'm sure they went over it, but I cannot recall step by step, no.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Jose, you can leave that.
I actually blocked it.
Detective Gillette, can you hold up your summary sheets for us? All right, I'm estimating a few hundred pages. Would you estimate the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all the reports and all the summaries and all the paperwork that come out of the police department gathered in this investigation.
Yes, that's our interviews that we do.
Not to show the council previously.
Actually, they were provided in discovery. That was the summary sheets you handed to them.
Everything I've showed the council is also was a discovery, but the rule is they have to show us what they're gonna show or question the witness on.
Actually, you handed these to them yesterday.
Because you handed it to me.
Okay.
Jose?
Okay, guys. Hold on before we go any further.
that now?
I'm just gonna show it to him. I'm not gonna show it to him, just the medical records.
Depending on the person.
So, would you estimate a few hundred pages of your reports?
Yes, ma'am.
These are the medical records of our 14 victims we're here on today.
Correct.
Any estimate of how many pages those are?
I have no, probably 1,000 or so.
Few thousands?
Yes.
I don't suppose you have a photographic memory, do you?
No, I do not.
That would have been helpful with this case, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would have.
Objection, leading, entire.
Sustain, let's rephrase.
Do you have a photographic memory, sir?
No, I do not.
And how many people did you have working with you on this case in order to conduct all those interviews?
5 of us.
How many hours of audio recordings would you estimate there are in this case?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you know,
It has to be,
Objection,
okay, you not for sure?
I'm guessing over
objection.
Okay,
200.
hold on, you're not for sure of the number.
I mean, I can't give you,
Okay, fine enough, let her ask the next question.
But there's probably, I think you estimated 60 witnesses
Objection,
interviewed.
leading.
It's transitional, I'll let her have it.
yes,
So more than a few hours.
more than a few hours, yes.
And I believe we received a request from Attorney Baez around this past Sunday at 3 o'clock for you to listen to all those.
Objection.
Would that sound accurate?
I'll sustain it, rephrase.
Do you recall when you received notice that defense wanted you to listen to all of those interviews?
Yes, it was Sunday about 3:30.
All right, are you familiar with HIPAA? That's that lovely federal statute that's supposed to make our life easier.
I have a general idea of HIPAA, yes.
All right. When HIPAA was passed by the federal government, how did that affect your ability to get easy access to medical records of victims?
It made it very difficult.
It's beyond scope.
I'll give it a
And there's
little,
law enforcement
let's,
exception to HIPAA.
I'll give it a little bit of leeway with it, tie it in real quick. though.
Yep, absolutely. Were you able just to walk into the hospital on December 7th, 2018 and obtain all these medical records?
No, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about one of the witnesses that they questioned you on was Teresa Sauber. And I believe you had asked for your report and it wasn't given to you at that time.
Correct.
Do you have your report with you today?
Yes,
Would that help refresh your memory regarding what happened with Teresa Sauber, who was the nurse for Miss Belisari?
yes.
All right, and I am going to direct you to make your life a little bit simpler to page 7 of your report,
Of the progress,
of the summary process, yes. And let me know if that refreshes your memory or not.
okay. Oh, yes.
Okay, what were your efforts to interview Teresa Sauber?
Detective Pennington and I responded to her address, but the address was no longer any good.
Did you look for her at any other possible addresses?
Yes, but we could not find any.
And are you aware that she's currently deceased?
Objection.
Okay, this is a little outside the scope. I'll give it to you for now, but let's tie it up.
Are
And
you-
move to strike. It's admitting a fact into evidence.
Okay, overruled.
Are you aware that she's now deceased?
I was not,
Okay. Let's talk about, we talked about Joanne Belisari, Ryan Hayes. Did you interview Nurse Troy Rudman?
yes,
Did you interview Nurse Tyler Springer?
yes,
Talk about Beverly Schertzinger. Did you interview Nurse Derek Drayer?
yes,
And he was also on Francis Burke and Jeremiah Hodge,
That's correct.
talking about Danny Millette. Did you interview Jacob Deemer?
Yes,
And he was also on James Timmons?
yes,
Looking at Brandy McDonald. Did you interview Jamie Burke?
yes,
Looking at, and Deemer, I guess Mr. Deemer was also on James Allen?
yes, that's correct.
Did you, looking at Troy Allison, did you interview Jason Schultz?
Yes,
Looking at Bonnie Austin, did you interview Yusef Brown?
yes,
Looking at Sandra Castle, did you interview Stephanie Lashard?
correct.
Looking at Rebecca Walls and Melissa Penix, the first two you were there on, did you interview Wesley Black?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Baez asked you about other possible crimes when you were there. You're a homicide detective.
Correct.
Do you investigate federal crimes?
No, we do not.
He asked you about Medicaid fraud. Did you investigate Medicaid fraud?
No, we did not.
All right, and do you remember whether or not another law enforcement agency contacted you regarding investigating that Medicaid fraud?
I believe somebody contacted Sergeant McConnell.
Objection.
Okay, it's the I believe in there.
Okay.
Sustained.
Would anything refresh your memory regarding this?
Yes,
And what would that be, sir?
my progress.
All right, and to keep it simple, I'm going to direct your attention to page 5 of your report.
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
You may. Hi, guys.
I'm sorry, Senator.
I got it covered. I'll tell you exactly what happened for the record. Okay, the objection's been withdrawn. Do you remember the question?
Yes,
It was referring you to a page 5.
yes,
Okay, ask your question.
I will. Have you refreshed your memory, Detective Gillette?
yes,
All right. Was Columbus Police Department contacted at some point by the Ohio Attorney General's office regarding possible Medicaid fraud investigation regarding Mount Carmel?
Yes, on January
Okay.
28th of 19.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay.
Attorney Baez also asked you about investigations into wrongdoings of the pharmacist and the nurses in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of whether or not at any point, either before or after your investigation, Mount Carmel made referrals to the appropriate?
Judge, my question was on criminal.
Okay, I understand. Finish your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appropriate professional boards for those individuals.
Okay, sustained.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to clarify this without saying what the witnesses said, because that would be hearsay. After you completed your investigation, did you, as one of the investigators, have any concerns that any of these extremely large doses of fentanyl?
Objection, bleeding, she's testifying.
Okay, well, I'll let her finish her question. She's not testifying yet, but be
were
careful.
stolen?
No.
And
Okay, overruled then.
after your investigation regarding our 14 victims only that we're talking about here today, did you have any concerns that these victims did not receive those doses of fentanyl, hydromorphine, and the dazzler?
Correct.
Was that a yes or?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
So they did receive these or they did not receive these?
They did receive them, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Let's take our 15-minute break a little early, guys, because I don't want to start a witness and get their name on the record and we send you on break. So remember the admonition, we'll get started at 10:30. You're done. Just let the jury get out first. Just sit there and relax. Have a great break, guys. Oh, we're not off the record yet. I had to go on here after they get out of the room. Okay, I need to make a preemptive strike here, guys. We've got a bunch of stuff that's been shown to people. It needs to be properly identified on the record. Okay? And our tradition is one side is numbers, one side is letters. And you guys have correlated yours with multiple letters. Okay? And I don't know if that's a correlative thing. Yes, sir.
Well, to be fair, there's so much here. We're using numbers, we're starting with numbers, but then there's subsets, so we're using numbers and letters. And I think we agreed they could use letters. They'll
And
start
numbers.
theirs with letters and then for their subparts.
I don't have a problem with that. It's just how it starts.
Yeah,
Okay? But the exhibit yesterday was MFZ.
it was, so I wrote it down,
I think it was M2.
MCD-1, that's that chart.
MCD-1.
Is that right?
So medical chart dilemma or something? I don't know.
Oh,
Okay. Just so my court reporter understands your system, you guys let her know. Okay? There was a bunch of stuff shown to the witnesses that needs to be marked. Stuff shown to the jury in opening that need to be marked so that the Court of Appeals has a reference point.
Judge, I'm instructing Mr. Lapidus right now to take care of that on our end.
Okay. Well, I would suggest you do it at the court reporter's leisure and don't make her upset, but that's okay. Okay? Okay. We'll stand in recess till 10:30.
Judge, for the record,
Yeah.
while she's getting the logistics, a packet was shown by both defense and us and on redirect to Detective Gillette. It is, for the record, what we believe to be a complete copy of his preliminary reports and investigations. We don't believe that this should come into evidence because it contains hearsay. So we're going to mark it as Court's Exhibit 1 because it was shown to a witness. So it'll go just for you and for part of the record.
As long as we can identify for the Court of Appeals, that's what I'm after.
That's what we're doing.
And I don't mind laying it on me, but in the future, if you show something, you should identify it on the record as you show it. That's all. I just want everybody to have it all in line so the Court of Appeals is happy. Okay. I know.
So, Judge, is that okay? I mark on the outside of this.
Yes.
There's something I can out there. Did I steal the face right now?
It's a after 4. Let me see.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, that was canceled to the 3rd or 4th of March.
Okay, 3rd and 4th of March.
And the dinner I have to go to tonight. As soon as I get done today, I'm jumping.
Yep.
I'm jumping and going.
Heard you telling how it happened. Then, one of the jurors was just curious as to what you're saying.
Okay, I'll explain it to him. I explained to him yesterday.
I think, and I said, I can't answer that question, I'll have the judge talk to you about it, but I can say that a lot of lawyers don't.
I'm gonna take, before we bring the next witness, I'm gonna take another education because I've also used the term speculation. And they gotta understand what it means under the law.
I don't
So,
know, but
I'll address those.
maybe you're better explaining it than I am, but. Do you, I was gonna offer you something,
I'm
because I saw you.
gonna go to the restaurant, I got an exploding fentanyl situation.
Well, that's, I heard you before, and I was like, uh-oh, what happened? And then I saw you trying to write documents, and you go back and press lights, so.
All right, I'll give you a shot.
Yes,
We're out for a few minutes, right? Because it's
30.
30?
Yeah, 10:30.
10:30.
10:30. Diane had to run and do a judicial release for Sarah, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, she's engaged. Why is Sarah even messing with her?
Because it's Judge Sarah, he's super important.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna show him how important he is.
We do. Yeah, it's just in the, like, conference room where the copier is and stuff. I'm gonna try and bring down the one for the jury room too.
It's not even his dispo day. His dispo day is on Thursday.
I may have brought you full-size candy bars.
I'm gonna bury it up. I'm gonna switch it up.
Oh, boy. No, it didn't. I will, I am.
This isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what it's like at our house, sadly, so. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. I'm right there with you. How I'm not diabetic at this point is mysterious. I'm with you. I'm gonna run up real quick, Judge, and get your, if there's anything here you want.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay.
Just bring one box.
I mean, it's not like I couldn't make myself happy with any. I'm actually trying not to. Don't do it. Don't do it, Sam. I'm gonna save you. I mean, I did everything. Sorry, Sam. You're good. Do you need sugar? I'm good right now. Thank you.
Who's doing the next witness?
Taylor Schroyer.
Bye.
If I want to use this to separate the witnesses, I don't really know that they were there.
You don't have a mic.
Yeah, but I can talk loud.
Yeah.
Is that okay if I have a mic and talk loud enough?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just because I think you're shouting at 'em. It's all good.
I like to quiet.
I thought you liked to walk anyway.
I do like to walk.
Because you're like me, I used to love to walk around a courtroom. Canary used to drive me crazy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Canary used to say you had to, once you're at the podium, you weren't allowed to leave it. You had only your arm length.
No, if you came off the square of that podium, I went to the side of the podium one day and he yanked me back like right now.
Is that right?
We were doing a robbery case over there, one of the federal robs, and Mr. Hobart,
You're okay if I walk around though, right?
I don't care.
All right.
I always thought that was more comfortable.
How you walking around? Little moonwalk?
You're the master ladies guy here. I'm gonna get you one of them top hats.
I don't know about that.
That's your three-ring circus.
Oh, in the old courthouse, you literally had to ping the room because there were dead spots on the floor where the judge may not be able to hear you, and you knew where all those were in case, but,
Remember the old one where if you stood in the middle, it bounced back at you?
Uh-huh.
No one could hear you? In the circle?
and you couldn't use mics because you get this reverb.
Hmm?
You couldn't use mics like on the thing, because we tried one day, and the reverb on it. Wow. Because that dome would just, like you said, direct it right back down in it.
Yeah. I'll be using this, Judge, I think, will be the thing I'll be
Okay.
using.
Yeah.
Who's our next witness?
You gotta make sure it's on there. Okay. The overhead, see, David, it's ready. You wanna test something on it?
Well, these are all the stuff I use from the medical
Yeah.
records of the patients he dealt with. And then we have these Pixis logs. For some of the indicted people, we didn't, I didn't even use the unindicted stuff. But Sure. So, well, some of the stuff.
Only one miracle in our lives.
All the 29 series.
I'm not trying to say this, so. That's just say all the news.
Yeah, right.
Yes. And then we have.
She's the moral fiber of our chambers.
Pixis logs.
The judge,
Yeah.
We give her a minute when she gets back.
Sure.
okay, let's get them lined up.
Ask them about the files and whatnot too.
It's a nice stuff.
Yeah. Oh, there she is.
Annoying that I need to go to the restroom. Sorry. In the next line.
I was gonna have fun yelling at Judge Sarah. There went that. Yeah.
Are you fitting it?
Some. I know.
Yeah. When you're settled. I was showing your colleagues the stuff I intend to show. Would you like to look at that?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I had a judicial release and then the interpreter's not there.
Oh my God. I didn't even try to.
Like, Sarah's like,
These are, I pulled these last night actually because I didn't know you guys were going to be talking about all the dismiss counts, but I think it's relevant now because he had that big chart up. So these are the orders. This is all from the medical records that we've all stipulated to. Since they're not part of the 14, I just made them 19. So he dealt with Longstreet, Bringer. These are all dismissed ones. That's 2 pages of Bringer. Janet Kavanaugh, the orders right from the medical records. Did I have 2 Kavanaughs? Oh, this is the order and this is the MAR. He said when I showed these to Talon, he's like, I need to look at the MAR to see what happened on them. So, but those are all from the medical records that we've stipulated to.
okay.
These are then for the patients that are in the indictment, Bonnie Austin, the orders which list Talon as the pharmacist, her photograph for Bonnie, and then this is the Pixis log.
Okay, but he's never seen Bonnie, so introducing the photograph, I'm gonna object to that. I mean, he's never seen Bonnie, so we don't need to show him the photo of Bonnie.
Okay, all right. Well, but the jury's seen it and it's in evidence now. So I think, would it be okay to say, directing your attention to Bonnie Austin so they know who we're talking about? They've seen the photograph of Bonnie.
No, because he doesn't ever seen Bonnie. You could ask him, did you ever see Bonnie Austin? If he says, yes, I did,
All
then you
right,
can tell
well,
him.
then I'll just sidestep that all if you're going to object. 'Cause no, I don't think he saw any other patient. So, and then James Timmons, but the same thing for each of the 3 that are still in the indictment. So medication order, this, you get rid of Brandy's picture. And then the same thing over here. And I try to line the records with the original. So you know. Okay.
Okay.
You cool, copacetic and all that? Okay. And then our files.
Uh-huh.
Be seated. Before we get started, Mr. Zion, Darcy indicated there were some questions. The concept of hearsay, okay? It's a legal concept. The definition is it's an out-of-court statement offered to the truth of the matter asserted. I know that probably doesn't mean much to you, okay? It's essentially what someone else said, okay? The reliability. So we generally don't know what those things are. There's exceptions to that, and I will guide you through that, okay? The second thing is the word speculation. Like you guys anticipate, it's guessing. You can't guess what someone else thinks about it, okay? They're the one who can tell us what they think about them, okay? Now, you can talk about their actions, what they did, but you can't guess what's going on in their mind, okay? I think I covered the questions I got. Okay, Mr. Zion, call your next witness.
The state of Ohio calls Talon Schroyer to the stand.
Come on around.
Follow me.
But you're more important getting up here than he is.
On up. Please raise your right hand and remain standing.
Okay, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable there. Now, inside there, you can lower your mask.
All right.
Okay? I need you to state your name for the record and spell your name so the court recording can get used to your diction.
Sure thing.
We're dealing with the plexiglass, and sometimes it's tough for her to hear, so we want to make sure she can. Okay?
Yep, they win.
Go ahead.
Talon Schroyer, T like Tom, A-L-O-N, Schroyer, S like Sam, C-H-R-O-Y-E-R.
Is that good? Okay. Now you got an aerial mic there in front of you, okay? Enunciate, and we'll be good, okay?
Okey-dokey.
Okay, Mr. Zion.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a pharmacist.
And what kind of training did you receive, education and any other training you might have had to become a pharmacist?
Undergrad degree, doctor of pharmacy degree, and then work experience after that.
Where did you go to school?
Neomed, Northeast Ohio Medical University,
Thank you. And what year did you graduate?
14.
And what was your first, and did you then after have to take a test to become a pharmacist in the state of Ohio? Did you take that test?
I did.
Okay, are you guys hearing okay? Or you need some volume? Okay, you're gonna,
Yeah.
you speak up, knock it down, we'll be good, okay? I just wanna make sure they can hear you.
Understood.
That's all
Better?
people's training.
Is this better?
Yes. And I'm going to stand back here because I think sometimes when I'm far away from witnesses, it makes them project a little bit. You took a test to become a pharmacist?
Correct.
Did you pass that test?
Yes, sir.
And did you become thereafter licensed in the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir.
And what year was that?
14.
All right. Did you thereafter get a job in pharmacy?
Yes, sir.
And what was your first job in pharmacy?
Pharmacy manager at Walgreens.
And What type of pharmacist works at Walgreens? Is there a difference between clinical pharmacy and retail pharmacy?
Sure,
Okay, and what was this job at Walgreens? Was it clinical or retail?
it was retail.
Okay, so explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the difference between retail and clinical pharmacy.
There's a lot of similarities and a lot of differences. The same general types of things. You receive prescriptions or orders. You look at their validity and assess the appropriateness or whatnot, and then you, in the clinical world, you approve or verify them. In the retail world, you will dispense the medication to the patient at that point. There may be differences in what drugs you see depending on which scenario or which place you work in. There's lots of drugs that are only in the hospital and lots of drugs you don't often see in a hospital. But by and large, it's the same type of work.
When you work in a hospital, were you ever called to bedside and be part of a team of doctors and other medical professionals in assessing a patient's needs?
Not really assessing. In the case of an emergency, yes, pharmacists were present at what we call events.
Okay, and what'd you call them?
Events,
All right, so
So-
would that be a difference between what you would do in retail pharmacy?
yes.
So you have this job at Walgreens in 2014 doing retail pharmacy. At some point, did you get hired in the area of clinical pharmacy?
Yes.
And where was that at and what year was that?
Mount Carmel West in 17.
And what shift did you work at Mount Carmel? What shift were you hired on to work at Mount Carmel West in 2017?
Nights.
Tell us about the night shift at Mount Carmel West in 17, when you got hired. Where is it located?
The hospital
No, the pharmacy.
on the first floor.
And do you work with it?
Yes.
And what hours do you work?
I worked 9 p to 7 a.
Okay, and how many other pharmacists do you work with during that shift?
For the first couple hours, there was still the remainder of evening shift, but as of 11 p.m., it was me and one other person.
Mr. Baez asked a fair question yesterday. He said, where was pharmacy during all of this? So physically, where is pharmacy during all of this? Are you in that first floor room with one other pharmacist during the night shift?
Object, Your Honor. Compound question, also leading the witness.
Okay. Sustain, let's rephrase.
Where is pharmacy physically located in all of this?
The first floor.
All right. So that's where pharmacy is physically. And how many other people after 9 p.m. are you with?
4 or 5, I don't remember. After 9, the evening shift is there till 11, or was.
Right.
And then at 11, they left. It was
At 11, that's what I meant to say. At 11, they left.
correct.
And where are those other pharmacists physically? Where is pharmacy in that evening shift until 11 p.m.? Where are they?
Not all in the basement or in the first floor.
Where are
So,
they?
there was one in the ER. There was one in the ICU. There was one on just like general med surge floor. I think it was 6. Maybe another one. I don't remember. I didn't work evenings.
Okay. But there are other pharmacists, to your knowledge, in these different departments.
Correct.
And just so, in case someone doesn't know the abbreviations you used, ER stands for
Emergency room,
med surge stands for,
medicine, surgery,
and ICU stands for.
intensive care unit.
All right. So until 9 p.m., they all have their own pharmacist, and are they physically on the floors?
Till 11,
Till 11,
Yes.
I keep saying that, I apologize, I gotta get that on. Till 11, they're on, right?
Your Honor, I think it's mischaracterizing the testimony, which wasn't that they all had their own pharmacist. It was just that there was pharmacists on that floor.
Okay, overruled for now. Let's clear it up.
Were those pharmacists that you just referred to, the ones on evening shift, assigned to those departments?
For that day, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think anyone had a permanent position, if you will, but yes, for that day, to my understanding, when you came in at 3, you were working, okay, I'm working on 6 today.
Okay, they could move around, but they were dedicated to that department if that was their assignment for that evening.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
All right. So to answer Mr. Baez's fair question,
Objection, Your Honor, as to including Mr. Bias's
Okay.
questions into today.
Let's move on. Let's take it out of there.
it's not testimony. I think I'm allowed to ask the questions he said.
Wow. Go ahead and ask the question. Let's see where it goes.
Physically, where is pharmacy? To transition, Judge, and 611, I'm allowed to.
Understand. the rules.
Physically, you've got you and another pharmacist on the first floor in the central pharmacy,
Yes,
and until 11 p.m., each department has their own assigned pharmacist,
I don't think it was each department, but there were pharmacists assigned to other departments.
the ones you mentioned. After 11 p.m., physically, where is pharmacy?
Objection has to be answered, Your Honor.
I'll give him the transition. Go ahead.
On the central pharmacy of the first floor,
How many are there?
2,
And is that for the whole hospital?
yes.
So what if after 11 p.m., the emergency department has a pharmacy question? Who do they call?
Pharmacy. Yeah, one of us, yeah.
One of the two. What if the OR has a pharmacy question? Who do they call?
One of us, pharmacy.
One of the two, correct?
Right,
If the ICU has a pharmacy question, who do they call?
pharmacy.
So you two are in for the whole hospital from 11 to 7.
Somebody came in at 6, but yes.
Okay, 11 to 6. Let's keep, no, you're good, you're good. I'm 11 to 6. That shift, it's the two of you.
Correct.
All right. So you're down on the first floor, 11 p.m. You ever work with a guy named Greg Dreschbach?
Yes,
All right. Did you work with him often?
yes,
Did you get to know Greg?
yes,
Did you know his experience?
yes,
Did you rely on his experience?
yes,
Is he a friend otherwise?
yes,
Did you work with him often?
yes.
Tell the jury about the setup in the first floor pharmacy after 11 p.m., just so they can have in their minds what's going on down there. Do you have desks? Do you have cubes? Is it a big room? Tell them about that.
It was a big room. There were, in the sort of middle area, there were 5 dual monitor computers set up at a desk not unlike this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's where all the computer order entry stuff was done. Right there at phones at every desk, and that's where you sat. And then the other duties down there, as far as verifying product, IV bags and meds that aren't in Pyxis that need to go up to patients or whatever, happened all about you there in the first floor pharmacy. But the main, I guess, station was 5 PCs in the middle of this good-sized room.
All right. A lot of information. Let's break that down. Let's talk about the dual screens. Why do you have dual screens in front?
The way Cerner, the pharmacy, or the electronic medical record software that Mount Carmel used at the time was called Cerner.
Cerner. So the record's clear. Is that an acronym, or how do you spell Cerner?
CERNER.
Okay, Cerner. That's a software program you said?
It was the EMR that they used, yes.
EMR. What does EMR stand for?
Electronic medical record.
Okay. So everybody at the hospital, they don't have like big stacks of paper anymore. It's all electronic?
I don't know if it was all electronic, but a lot of it was for sure.
All right. And that's on the Cerner system, and that's on one screen?
Cerner had 2 parts, PowerChart, which was all the everything, and then there was PharmNet, which just pharmacy used. So it was handy to have, in pharmacy anyway, have 2 screens.
All right. So Cerner's on one side. What's on the other side?
It's called PharmNet.
Okay. Tell us about Pharma. That's also a computer software program that was in use?
I think it's part of Cerner. I don't know. I
Okay.
think it's all one thing.
So it's integrated with the EMR, certainly.
Sure.
Your Honor, I really hate to object, as this court knows, but let's cut down on the leading, please. I'd ask that he be instructed.
Okay, I'm gonna give him a little leeway with this, but she's right. You're doing a lot of leading. I understand you're trying to get through difficult subjects, so I'll give you latitude right now, but
I appreciate that, Judge. I feel I'm summarizing his transition.
okay.
Tell them about how these two systems work together.
To the best of my recollection, PharmNet was just pharmacy. It was the medication orders that came in that you could manipulate on the one side, and the other side was everything else about the patient. So the rest of the chart was in PowerChart.
All right.
Yeah, PowerChart.
POWER.
So I'm going to present with you a hypothetical before we go into the particulars. Let's say a doctor in either the ER, the OR, or the ICU wants to prescribe medication to a patient. How does that process work in a general way? And what would be your involvement? You could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your involvement, if any, would be in that process.
In the prescribing itself, I don't know. It is done in the PowerChart side, but an order is placed somehow, and then it comes across into pharmacy under that patient in the PharmNet side. And from there, we can, manipulate it, verify it, or reject it, or put it on hold, or there were some other options I don't remember. Didn't use all that often, but it was ordered by someone in PowerChart, and then it came to pharmacy, and we saw it in PharmNet.
Okay. So when it comes into PharmNet, what is the purpose, based on your training and experience, of however it's ordered? You're not on that side of things. When it comes to you, you know this side of things, right? Do you know the purpose of you and other pharmacists being there to look at these orders? Why do we have PharmNet? Why are you down there?
To verify
Judge, Your
medication.
Honor, compound question,
I
but
agree.
one at a time.
I agree, sustained.
What is your role in this process?
The medication order process.
Yeah.
To verify a prescription order that has been ordered. To verify an order that's been ordered.
Okay. Why?
Calls for speculation as to why that's his job. No.
Okay, he's talking about in the capacity, in your job.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that you could approve it. What else can you do with it?
You could verify it, you could reject it. Like I said, there were some other options I don't remember.
Okay,
It's been a minute.
and what was the purpose for that ability?
To my best guess, to either allow or prevent something from happening.
We don't want you guessing. You're a trained pharmacist, right?
Right,
You're a licensed pharmacist.
correct.
You're still a licensed pharmacist.
Yes, sir.
What's the role of a pharmacist in general in reviewing these medications?
To ensure patient safety, to ensure appropriate outcomes,
To ensure patient safety, I heard. What was the next one?
appropriate outcomes
So how do you do that?
by, when the medication would come across, you have all the patient information on the other screen. You look at what the medication was, dose, strength, medication, indication if it's there, and then you look at the chart and assess its, for lack of a better word, appropriateness.
Okay. Are you part of the safety system for good patient outcome in the hospital?
Yes,
So where is pharmacy? Getting back to that. These come across to you in pharmacy and you do those things, right?
yes,
Do you have the ability to do them, looking back in 2018, did you have the ability to do all those things as part of the safety part of your job for patients on all prescriptions that came in from these different departments.
Can you ask that again, please?
You said part of your role, just to summarize, we'll call it generally safety, good outcomes. Every order that came through, did you have a chance to review it before it was given to a patient?
Not every order, no.
All right. Based on your understanding and your training and experience back in 2018, explain to the jury why not every order?
There are medications in the central pharmacy downstairs. There are also medications on, I think, every floor, at least in locations around the hospital, in automated dispensing machines. We use the Pixis brand, Pixis machines. So
I'm going to stop you there so she's clear. We've said that a few times. Can you spell that for the record?
P-Y-X-I-S, Pixis.
Pixis. And just while you're on, I don't want to interrupt you, but, well, I'm guessing. Explain to them what a Pixis machine is, what it physically looks like, what it's, go from there, explain it.
I don't know what Pixis calls it officially, but it's an automated dispensing cabinet. It's basically well, they come in various sizes, but the ones most typically seen on a floor were about yay big, about waist high with a computer screen on top, and then a bunch of little drawers in the front that pharmacy stocked full of meds that were commonly used on the floor the machine was on.
Okay, you did a bunch of hand gestures there. Help me out, okay? You did something like that, so a couple feet across?
Sure. Couple feet across, couple feet deep, waist high.
Okay.
So not real big, and then the front of it was loaded with drawers of varying sizes, from a couple inches, 2 by 4 or whatever, to bigger drawers for meds that are bigger or used more often.
Showing you what I marked for identification purposes has States Exhibit 15H and 15I.
Yeah.
Do you recognize what, for the record, those are photographs? For the record, those are photographs I've handed the witness. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in those photographs?
Pixis machines.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate representations of what you just described?
Yeah.
And where are those Pixis machines located?
No idea.
I'm sorry. I mean, in general, where are they located?
On the floors.
Oh,
On the.
they're not down on the central with you and Greg. They're up on the floors.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Correct.
You said correct.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So showing the jury what I've marked for States 15H. Boy, that's awful.
Well, get the focus.
No, I think I need you.
Yeah. You're slightly younger than him, or substantially younger. What do they say when it comes to technology, to be a 13-year-old?
I didn't touch anything, I promise. Okay, I guess I can see that. All right, 15H, what's the jury looking at now?
A Pixis machine. Well, several, but
Okay, can you guys see it? I can turn down the lights. You guys okay? Okay.
Can I give the witness a laser pointer?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a laser pointer here. Show the jury what you were talking about and describing with your hand gestures.
so I was just describing one of these units here. And there's those drawers in the front all have different compartments inside with lids that are locked and will open up to allow you to access different medications. And the computer screen on top and keyboard underneath there is how you determined, you go to the Pixis machine, you select a patient, and that's how you were able to get that medicine for that patient on that floor.
Okay. It looks like there's like something off to the side that's a little taller. Is that part of the Pyxis machine?
Over here,
Yeah.
it is in this case.
All right, I'm going to show what you identified as 15I. Oh, that's better. Is that just what we just saw a little clearer?
Yeah, this here is the same thing that was on the right of the other one, the big tall thing.
What's kept in there?
More pharmacy supply, drugs, IV bags, bigger things that don't fit in a little drawer.
But you still needed to type something in
Right.
to get it even out of that big, the fridge there?
Right.
Or whatever that is?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Let's back to the first floor. So an order comes in, what screen is it popping up? Cerner or Pharma?
In the pharmacy?
Yeah, you're back on the first floor, we're just talking about the process.
Okay. Yeah, FarmNet.
Pharma. Give us a hypothetical of an order, how it comes to you if you have a chance to review it ahead of time.
Well, it comes across on the screen and there's the room number and the patient and the drug, and it's just a line in a queue. And then you can click on it and open it up and see more details about the drug. If it's an IV, you'll see like concentration and how quickly they're giving it and things like that. But in that order entry queue in pharmacy, it's just real general stuff in a queue of, boom, 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 that you can then select and see more detail on.
Okay. And so there's pharmacy, you're looking at this right now. What do you do when that comes up? And when you get a chance to look at it ahead, what's the process for you and the other nighttime pharmacists? What are you looking for?
You select the order that came across, then you open it up and you can see all the details. And then on that other screen where all the other patient information is, you can assess, is this appropriate? Is it necessary? What are they using it for? That sort of thing. What kind of condition is the patient in, if you will? You could look at organ function and lab values and all kinds of stuff in the chart there before you either verify or reject the order.
Did you have the ability on prospective reviews? And is that the appropriate term when I say prospective reviews, when you get a chance to look at them ahead of time?
Yes.
Prospective reviews. Do you have the ability to call the doctor or the nurse that placed that order?
Sure.
All right. And so in our hypothetical standard order prospective that comes through, everything checks out. What happens next?
Everything checks out. You click verify, and then depending on where the medication is, you're done in pharmacy or you get the medicine ready. If it's in Pyxis, you're done. The bed that they need is already on the floor where they need it, so that's it. If it's something you have to make or something that's not in Pyxis, then you have to get it ready and get it to the floor.
What would you have to make?
IV bags, or there's a lot of just oral meds that, Pyxis, you saw, that was a really good size Pyxis. They're not all that big, so there's limited real estate in there. You can't have every drug in the Pyxis machine. So it was not uncommon to get an order for something even oral that had to be sent to the floor.
Did you have techs, pharmacy techs that could then run that stuff up or prepare those IV bags?
Yes,
But just two pharmacists doing what you just described?
correct.
And is that just for the ICU or is that for the whole hospital?
The whole hospital.
All right. Is that, when we talked about earlier, where is pharmacy? That's part of the safety rule you have for good outcome for patients.
Yes.
Is there another way, based on your knowledge and experience, that orders came through FarmNet, through the Pyxis process, through everything you just described, where you don't have that chance for prospective review?
Yes.
All right, describe that situation to the jury.
So there, again, this is only really meds that are in Pyxis on the floor, but that same keyboard you saw there,
Okay, let's get it up there, because you keep pointing up there. putting back up 15, did I say J? Jeez. 15H. Okay, since you keep pointing up there, you got that laser pointer, just like your tone, trying to explain to these folks. Go on.
So the process I previously described, the prospective order review, I said sometimes pharmacy's done. So the nurse on the floor or whomever is going to administer the med can go to the Pixis machine, type in the patient's name, find the patient up here, and you will see that order, that medication that was verified, and it will say verified by pharmacy, and then you can open Pixis and take it out. Pixis also has an override function. So, for like an emergency situation. So you don't have to wait for pharmacy to verify a medication before it is withdrawn from Pixis.
Based on your knowledge, training, and experience, how does somebody up there make something an override?
I never did it personally, but there's an override button on Pixis.
On that keyboard?
On the screen. It's a touch screen too.
Oh, but there's an actual button they can push.
It says override, yeah.
Override. So someone up there on that floor, a nurse or whoever wants that medication out of that machine, just has to hit a button called override?
If the medication is eligible for override, yes.
Okay. Based on your training, experience, and knowledge back in 2018, was fentanyl one of those drugs that could be overridden?
Yes.
Was midazolam one of those drugs that could be overridden?
Yes.
All right. So they hit the override button. What happens next?
The Pixis machines open it up and you can remove the medication.
Does pharmacy ever find out about this?
Sometimes.
Let's talk about those sometimes. In our hypothetical, they hit that override. Based on your training and experience, what if they put the order in right there at the machine? They hit the override, the machine, does it actually physically pop open or does the doors just unlock?
No,
Your Honor, he testified that he'd never physically done an override, so I think the questions about what happens are appropriate.
Okay, I'm gonna give him a little leeway with it. Do you understand the question?
yeah, the drawer opens the same whether you overrode it or not.
And you've actually seen the drawer.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough? So that's
Fair
within
enough.
your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So it pops open, and then what if that nurse or whoever's requesting that medicine types in the order under that patient name? Does pharmacy thereafter become aware that someone had done an override?
Yes. Yeah, so you're saying after the medication is in hand because it was overridden in the Pixis machine, then an order is placed in the chart. Yes, pharmacy would see that order.
Okay, but this is after the medicine's already been withdrawn?
In your example, when the order was put in after it was withdrawn, correct.
Okay. Yeah, because if the order's put in ahead of time, it's prospective.
Then pharmacy has a chance to verify it, correct.
I'm talking about the hypothetical where it's for, am I using the right term, retrospective review?
Yeah.
Okay. So by the time you guys get it, if it's been overridden, what shows up down there on the first floor? What shows up on your queue? You use that word queue, right?
Yeah, the queue there. It's a discontinued or completed order are one-time orders that have already been given or administered.
All right. So they're in your queue, but it's already said and done.
Correct.
What, if anything, do you therefore do as part of your role as safety for the patient in this case?
At that point, there's nothing you can do. The medication's already been given in your example. So the order will just sit there unless you verify it. It has to, otherwise they just build up in the queue there. You have to clear them out by verification. It's the same word as if you had reviewed it ahead of time, but it's not.
You said there's nothing you can do with this already filled order as part of your role of safety in this matter?
For that particular instance, no.
Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury about why you feel there's nothing you can do at this point?
Maybe I just misspoke. I didn't say at this point, I said in this instance.
In this instance, that's what I meant.
Because it's already been done. It's water under the bridge. So anything you did, you could do maybe to prevent it from happening again. But for this particular instance, it's already been done.
All right. So was this a common thing based on your experience as the nighttime pharmacist at Mount Carmel West to see these what we'll call retrospective reviews?
I don't know. I don't, it wasn't uncommon, but I don't know what you mean by common.
Well, did it happen every shift?
No,
Did it happen every week?
maybe.
Okay. What were the majority of the orders you saw? Prospective or retrospective?
Prospective.
So when we're talking about override, in your mind, maybe it happened once a week, in your memory?
Objection, Your Honor, leaving, that wasn't the testimony.
Okay, I agree, let's try to rephrase it.
How many times a week did it happen, retrospective?
I don't know.
Was it common?
Objection.
We just asked that, he said it was
All right.
uncommon.
So, is that the general two ways that orders would come to the pharmacy?
Yes,
Prospective review, retrospective.
yes.
And to summarize, retrospective review, you, in your training and experience there, nothing to be done. So what would you do?
You just verify.
Does that mean, in your mind and based on your training and experience, you are approving this after the fact?
No, it means you're getting it out of the queue.
Clearing this thing that's your assignment, you gotta get it out.
Yeah, it's an order that came into the queue, and if you don't take action on it, it'll just sit there, and the next guy's gonna have to deal with it.
And can the next guy do anything about it?
No,
So, where is pharmacy on those retrospective reviews as part of patient safety?
in that instance, it's bypassed, I guess, for lack of a better word.
We heard that word yesterday, bypass. Now, what happens if a nurse comes up here and hits the override button on the screen and the machine pops out and they don't put in an order? Do you even see that?
If there's never an order put in, pharmacy wouldn't see it, no.
So you wouldn't even have a chance to retrospectively review those.
If there was never an order put in, correct.
So where's pharmacy when they hit the bypass button and don't even bother to put an order in? Where's pharmacy?
Is that rhetorical?
No, that was a question to you. On those, are you a part of that safety review at all in those instances?
No.
Did you set up this system?
No.
Did you have concerns that you addressed to Greg Dreschlaw about this retrospective verification?
Yeah.
And not for the purpose of the truth of what Greg told you, but based upon what he told you, what did you do? Did you just hit clear, hit verify?
Oh, for those retrospective orders, correct, yes.
All right. A moment, Your Honor. I'm not done. Is there a function, part of this computer system we've talked about, ARMnet and CERN, that is, you're notified when a nurse scans in the barcode of the medicine as they give the medicine to the patient?
I don't know.
Okay. So what year did you start doing clinical pharmacy at Mount Carmel?
17,
What month? Do you remember?
July. Well, I was hired in July.
Okay. Well, did you go right to nighttime pharmacy or did you have an orientation somewhere else?
Yeah, I was, I don't know if you call it shadowing, but you worked with someone else, and that all happened on day shift for, I don't remember, it was 12 or 14 or 16 weeks or something like that. And then once I did go to nights, there were 3 of us for the first, I don't know how long, while, few weeks, month, something like that.
And what hours would you work? What days and hours would you work?
Which one of those? Normal,
Yeah, normal.
9 p to 7 a, Sunday night to Thursday morning.
So 4 10s. Thursday morning is your like Friday night for people that work a regular daytime job.
Right, right,
And it's with one other person.
yes.
And Greg Dreschbach was.
The main other person, yes.
So let's talk about December 11th, 2017. I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Man,
Showing you what I marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 29E. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
What is that document?
it's a printout of a medication order.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't hear.
It's a printout of a medication order.
And who is that for, that patient?
Janet Kavanaugh.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of what a medication order looks like?
Yes,
All right. And Your Honor, by stipulation of the parties, this is, for the record, this is from the medical records that we have, the parties have stipulated to. This is a page from that.
okay.
Yeah, stipulated to the authenticity of it, yes. And, okay, so we're clear.
Okay. Let's see how I can do this. All right. So showing the jury now on the overhead, 29B. You said her name is Janet Kavanaugh. That's it, right up there, right?
correct.
Do you know what MRN stands for?
Medical record number,
All right, and then her date of birth, right?
Mhm.
Admit date, can you tell the jury, based on your knowledge, what that is?
the date she was admitted to the hospital,
And what would be the discharge date?
the date she left the hospital,
So per this document, she was admitted on 11/25 of 17 and discharged on 12/11 of 17?
yes.
Okay. And then they have patient type inpatient, what does that mean?
She was admitted to the hospital,
And attending, do you know what attending means?
that's the physician,
Who was attending to her?
just what they call them. I actually don't know where that came from.
Okay. All right. So, and then this document, it starts off with a label, orders dash medication orders, is that correct?
Yes,
Just preliminary?
Question.
I didn't hear what you said, Ms.
I'm sorry, is he gonna read the whole record? I'm just, where's the question about what the record is?
Okay, he's clarifying on the record. I assume you're just trying to organize it for the benefit of the jury?
Yeah, Judge, and there's maybe
Okay, I'm gonna give you
abbreviations.
a little
people don't know.
leeway.
Thank you. All right. So, all right, what's this first thing up here? I'm pointing to, it says order, it's a colon, order colon. What is that?
it's an order for oxygen.
So what does that mean?
Means that
Okay, remember, we don't live your life, so we're trying to understand.
Okay.
Okay, so when you see that word oxygen, what does it mean to you as a pharmacist?
Got it. This is not a pharmacy order, this is I don't even remember the respiratory order. So the respiratory therapist had put in, or was given an order to put the patient on oxygen.
Okay, and that would be the tank and the tube up the nose or whatever we see. Right, so everything on here is not necessarily for you and Greg, right?
Right.
All right, let's go down to the next one. Let's talk about the next order, and I'm gonna that's the order for the oxygen, and then we go about halfway down, and then we see another word that says order, colon. What's this next to that?
So that's a new order, or I guess a different order. The oxygen is ended, a different order for fentanyl.
All right. And for the record, if I may spell that just so everyone's clear, it took me Fentanyl. So first of all, just so everyone's clear, why is it spelled that way? Do you know?
Oh.
Okay. I mean, with the capital NYL at the end, does that mean anything?
Oh, yeah, that's a safety thing. I don't remember which organization instituted it, but they call that tall man lettering. So it means that there is some other medication that is similarly named. It may be completely unrelated, but it's similarly named. So this type of lettering is so that it draws attention to, hey, this is fentanyl and not whatever happens to be close to it. Like I said, I don't even know what the close one would be for fentanyl.
Okay. And then we have parentheses. Can you describe to the jury what's in parentheses and what that means?
Sure. It was, so the order was for fentanyl, and then in the parentheses, they have fentanyl 50 mics per ml. That's the concentration. That's how much of the drug is in each amount of the drug. Injection, it's an injection, it's not oral. And then 2 ml is the volume of the container.
All right. What does this word at the end mean?
That's the brand name.
Sublimaze?
Correct.
Okay. So we've got order date /time. What does that mean?
That's the time the order was put in.
Okay. And what time was this order put in?
5:10 in the morning,
And EST is Eastern Standard Time?
as far as I know.
All right. Order status, colon. What does that say?
Completed.
What does that mean?
Means the order has been completed.
And this was for somebody that's in the hospital, right?
Right.
Ordering physician, colon. What name is that and what does that mean for this document?
William Husel, it means he's the doctor that ordered that medication.
All right. And just so we can get it out of the way, do you know William Husel?
Yeah.
And you stipulate this is William Husel that made this order?
Yes.
Okay. So the man right here is the man that ordered this.
Correct.
Okay. Now, last updated by colon, what's this?
I don't know.
Well, what's that word? Just
Rudman,
Rudman?
it's his last
What-
name,
What's RN mean?
registered nurse.
And then Tyler A, is that his first name?
Yep.
Okay. And on, what does this mean here?
That's the date, 12/11/17, and the time, 5:10 in the morning.
Okay. So can you summarize from this document who the ordering physician was, who the nurse was, and what date and time it was completed, looking at this document 29B?
You're kind of covered up there, but I can tell that it was ordered by Dr. William Husel. That this particular order was last updated by Tyler Rudman at 5:10. The order details are right below it, and it looks like it was completed at 8:27 in the morning. That is down action here, action type complete, action date and time, 8:27 Eastern time.
Okay. Before we get to all of that, talk about order details, colon. What do these words mean? And then I want you to describe, based on your training and experience, exactly what's going on.
That's the details of the order. So the bold at the top is,
You're pointing to your screen, but if you
sorry.
use your laser
Yeah,
pointer to show that.
my bad. So the bold at the top is the details of the drug being ordered here. It's fentanyl, it's 50 micrograms per mil in a 2 mil vial. The order details is all the other specifics. So the total dose was 1,000 micrograms.
Slow down just a little bit for me, please.
Okay,
Just taking medical
yeah,
things.
I gotcha. Total dose was 1,000 micrograms.
What's that next thing?
IV push is the route of administration.
Stop there, explain that, explain what that means.
That is how they gave the medication. So IV push is IV intravenous, and then push is, I guess you could call it a rapid administration. It's not really, it's over several minutes typically, but it's not an IV bag hanging on a pole that just drips in over a while. It's usually in a syringe, and it's physically pushed over a period of time.
For how much time?
3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes?
Yeah. Administered over 3 to 5 minutes for IV push.
Versus, like you said, the bag where you, tell about that. Tell me the other way to give people medicine.
Yeah, well, IV medication. Yeah, so a big bag of, pharmacy would make a fentanyl drip for sedation or pain relief. And we would take some of those vials and dilute them into a big bag or a varying size IV bag. And then you hang it on a pole and it runs, and a pump administers a little bit of that over a period of 2, 4, 6, 8 hours instead of 3 to 5 minutes.
All right. Now, you talked about that first line of 29B, showing you what I've marked for identification purposes has 28B.
Okay. Hold on, Mr. Zion. We got a technical error we're taking care of here real quick. Battery died.
I understand. Well, that'll give me a chance to maybe pull the podium around.
Okay. You're right. You good? Maybe not. You want me to test? Test. Hold your mouth right. Test. Okay. Okay, you're gonna have to give it a little bit more volume. You're encased in this plexiglass, and it feels like it's vibrating off of you. Drives me crazy, okay? But you're gonna have to give me a little bit of volume because she doesn't have the earpiece that's on your mic.
Understood.
Okay.
Your Honor, and for the record, 29B is for demonstrative purposes. I'm not alleging these were the actual bottles related to this, but
Okay.
I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen, demonstrative evidence is evidence that's from a different source, okay, but it's to aid and assist you in understanding how the process works or the event that occurred. It's not the physical files that were used that night. They would be demonstrative in the sense they would show you what they look like, okay? Go ahead. You may.
showing you a white bag in 28B contains several items. I'm going to show you one of them. Do you recognize what I've just shown you from 28B?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a vial of fentanyl.
Okay, can you look at the dose on that and then look up at 29B and tell them if that's what that would have been like?
Yes. This is what would have been in Pixis. 100 micrograms. There's 2 mils of liquid in here, and it's a single-use vial.
If I may have that back. So how many of those would Tyler Rudman need to get out of Pyxis to fill this order of 1,000 micrograms IV push?
10.
So may I, Your Honor, show the jury? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that the amount that Tyler Rudman would have had to pull out to give Janet Kavanaugh that order from Dr. Husel?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Okay, all right, we'll do with that. Your demonstrative data, you don't allow it.
No. So it's an IV push. Based on your training and experience as a pharmacist, what does Tyler Rudman then have to do with these 10 vials to get it into somebody? In this case, Janet Kavanaugh in 3 to 5 minutes.
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. What happened then? Let's talk about what happened on this order.
Okay, so you're done with the demonstrative aid?
Not quite. I mean, you want me to take them? I'll take them down. I'm sorry. I'll take them down right now. Okay, now we talked, you told them about the 2 ways orders come in to you and Greg at night. Was this order prospective or was this order retrospective?
It appears to be prospective.
Okay. How do you know that that appears to you to be prospective?
Because it was ordered at 5:10.
Point up there, show them.
Yeah, I was. Oh, up here, ordered at 5:10. Down here, pharmacist verified, that's me, at 5:14, so after it was ordered. But here it says it was given or completed at 8:27.
Okay.
So it was ordered and then verified and then given.
Oh my goodness gracious. I missed one here. Should be 29 and the 29 series. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 29BB. This is the actual NAR that relates to this order. Good. Okay, first one. Showing you 29BB. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can you explain to them what that document is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a medication administration record. So it has, well, I guess you'll see when it's up.
Hold on, hold up there. Does this appear to be, knowing that you don't have all this memory, that's how it looks like?
That is what it looks like, yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is also part of those stipulated authentic
Okay.
records. So this is the 29B is the orders of the medication. And then 29BB, is this the same person up here that we just saw?
Yes.
And does it appear to be for the same hospital admission?
It appears to be yes.
And does it appear to be, as we scoot on down, for the same medication order we just saw? That referring to the fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. So what's the difference between 29B in the medical records, the orders dash medication orders, and 29BB, the medication administration record. As far as information goes.
I don't know.
Do the medication administration records indicate what that fentanyl was given for?
This one does, yes.
Okay. Is that on the order you would have prospectively reviewed?
No.
All right. Oh, yeah, certainly. So where is pharmacy? Prospective review. You got this order before it's administered. What, if anything, did you do?
I first asked my partner, Greg Dresbach, on nights, hey, this seems a little unusual. What would you do here? And he told me that,
Objection, Your Honor, as to what he told him.
Okay.
Not for purposes of the truth, Your Honor, but for what he did.
Okay, what was your understanding of your discussion with him?
ask that a different way.
Okay. You had a conversation, you think all hearsay, you can't say what he said.
Got it.
After you talked to him, how do you understand the circumstances?
Understood. Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah, that I understood the circumstances to be that I was not, crazy for thinking it was unusual, but that it was not necessarily unusual for Dr. Husel, and that I could call to question or maybe get it changed if I wanted to, but it wasn't likely to be changed.
So what did you do?
I called Dr. Husel.
And the doctor, like on the, is it on a telephone? Is that
Yeah,
how this
yeah,
all
yeah.
works?
Sitting at that desk of 5 there's a phone right there, picked up and called the ICU.
What happened next?
I asked something to the effect of, hey doc, I got this order for fentanyl here. Did you add an extra zero on it or something? And he said, nope, that's what we're doing a procedure up here. That's what I ordered. I said, okay. And I hung up and verified the order. It was very short.
And you're sure that was Dr. Husel you talked to?
Correct.
Was there any concern about someone stealing that medication on this order?
Not that I recall.
Did Dr. Husel in any way indicate you? No, you didn't. I didn't order that. There is an extra zero.
No.
He told you it was for a procedure. It was not an extra zero. And that was it?
Yes.
Why that question? Why the extra zero?
Thought it was a large dose, and that was a kind, I guess, of a way to not break the ice, but break the ice. Hey doc, did you fat finger that extra zero? It was a way to ask the question without being judgmental or accusatory. Maybe it was just a generic way to ask my question.
Well, we saw how many 1,000 mics is. Going back to 28B, putting up 2 of these vials, that would have been 100 microgram dose.
No.
No?
There's 100 in each vial.
Oh. Sorry. That would have been 100 microgram dose.
Right.
And that's what they're kept in the Pixis machine at the ICU. Right?
Right, in this case.
How long had you been there? At this point in December of 2017, is that the right date?
4.5 months.
Okay. What, if anything, did you know about Dr. Husel at this point?
I don't recall. Nothing remarkable.
You what?
I don't recall, nothing remarkable.
Okay. Going to 29C. Approach the witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Showing you 29C. What is that, please?
It is a it's several medication orders.
Okay, you're going away from the mic. Your direction towards him. No. Mic's the important thing.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
It's several medication orders.
For amending Larry Bringer?
Brigner, yes.
Bringer, apologies. And what is the date of that?
There's several dates on here. Which one are you referring to?
The fentanyl order.
The fentanyl order. It was ordered 12/10 at 22:34.
And so that's the day before Janet had it.
Correct.
And how much is that for?
Could you put that up on the screen?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. Okay, just the front page, and I hope I called it right, 29C, from the medical records of Larry Brigner, who was admitted on December 17 and discharged on the same day, right?
It would appear, yes.
Okay. And what's this up here at the top? What's say that for me?
Vancomycin,
Yeah, what's that?
it's an antibiotic.
Okay. Well, here we go with fentanyl. That was the one I was asking you about. Is that the same type of vial that we just saw? That size of dose?
No, that was for a 20 ml vial.
Okay,
So that was for a bigger vial.
all right.
Okay, you got that all the way to the top.
Oh, Judge, I'm not used to using this one. Okay, see if I turn it this way to see the whole thing at once.
No, you were fine. You kept on edging it up so that you were erasing what he was trying to look at.
Oh, okay. So show us the fentanyl order on this one.
Here.
All right, and what is the order detail? How much does Dr. Husel ordering Tyler Redmond to administer?
Order details, 500 micrograms, IV push, inject once. Routine is the urgency, if you will. It's just a routine order. It's not a stat order or an urgent order. It's just routine.
Okay, and did you get a chance to look at this? Is this a prospective review or a retrospective review?
Let's see. Order 2234. Action complete at 2236. Pharmacist verify at 2236. So I would say this is retrospective, unless retrospective review.
Why do you say that?
It was
Why?
Oh, I thought somebody was saying something. It was administered the same minute as it was verified. So it was either someone up there was extremely fast, or it was given before I got a chance to look at it.
Okay. Mr. Brigner was also given, we go to page 2 of State's Exhibit 29C. Was he also given a benzodiazepine? Oh, yep, sorry. A benzodiazepine.
Yes.
And what was the name of the benzodiazepine he was given?
Midazolam?
And was that given at the same time as the fentanyl per the orders? Going back and then looking at midazolam?
Ordered at this order date time 2234. Action type, it was completed. Action time 2236. So it appears they were completed at the same time.
All right. And can you tell us about the order details on this one and what all that means?
Much of the same. 4 milligrams is the total dose. IV push is how it was being given. Inject is it's IV. Once is it's a one-time order, so it's not a, every 4 hours, every 6 hours, twice a day, whatever. It's just one time. And routine was the speed, or speed's the wrong word, the urgency. It was just a routine order. It was not a stat. We got to do this right now.
Okay, and pharmacy verify, what does that say?
Pharmacy verified at 2237.
Okay, and based upon those times, what would you say, was this a prospective or a retrospective review?
This is a retrospective review.
So this shows up in your queue, but it's already done.
Correct.
So to answer the fair question, where is pharmacy on Mr. Brigner? You didn't even get a chance to look at this before it's done.
Correct.
You did for Ms. Kavanaugh and you made a call, right?
Correct.
All right. Let's look at one more of these. Charles Longstress, showing you what I've marked for identification purposes, as State's Exhibit 29A.
Can you just start on the projector? You don't have to bring it to me.
Huh?
Can you just start at the projector? You don't have to bring it to me. You just go back to the projector.
Well, you gotta identify it first,
Okay.
okay?
Understood.
It's what they call authenticity.
We good, Judge?
Well, he was asking the question, does he have to bring the document up and just show it? I said you had to go through certain hurdles unless everybody agreed.
Yeah, you can just, you can show it.
Okay.
Okay,
Whatever makes the witness more comfortable.
so he'll show it out there and you can identify it.
Very good.
The only problem we've got is if you can't identify it, we have a problem. Okay? Go ahead.
I showed you all the meds stuff beforehand, went through. Okay. 29A, once again, this is, for the record, a document that is for a man named Charles Longstreth, admitted on 3/23 of 18, discharged on 3/25 of 18. This is that same type of document, the orders, medication orders. All right?
Yes.
Is there a
And-
sticker down below?
Huh?
I see a note tab up there for 29.
Yeah, that's just where I had it in my book, sorry,
Okay.
Judge. All right, so,
Go ahead and show the sticker on the record. Got it. Okay.
okay. So on 3/25, what was the order for Charles Longstreth?
Order of fentanyl,
What was the strength size, the bottle size?
50 micrograms per milliliter, 2 mils in a vial.
So that's that small one again?
Right.
The first ones we showed. Order status,
It was completed.
and it was ordered by,
Dr. William Husel.
and is the nurse on here? Is that the nurse, the RN? When we see RN, is that the nurse?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, it was for how much of that fentanyl at that strength?
2120, 500 micrograms, IV push, inject one time, a routine order.
Okay. And do we see your name on this document anywhere?
Yeah. So that, go
Where
back
do we
to
see it? Point to it, tell them where it is.
that was for the fentanyl order up here.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I skipped down to there was also an order for, what other thing was he ordered at the same time?
Midazolam,
And what is that again?
a benzodiazepine.
Okay, and is that ordered to be administered at the same time?
21, it was ordered at 2121, action type complete, completed at 2130.
Okay, and how much midazolam did Dr. Husel order?
6 milligrams,
And all at once?
IV push.
Okay, so looking at these orders, Dr. Husel ordered for Mr. Longstreth, he'd be injected over the course of 3 to 5 minutes with 500 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of midazolam.
Yes.
Did you verify this order? What was this, retrospective or prospective review? Can you tell looking at this sheet?
Can you pull it down a little bit? start with the top.
This way?
Yep, thanks.
All right.
So it was entered at 21, or ordered at 21:20, action type complete at 21:30, and pharmacist verified at 21:24. So this would be a prospective review. It was ordered, then it was verified, then it was given.
So this is how many months after that first one we saw from Janet Kavanaugh?
3,
3 months?
yeah, a little more.
Did you call him again? This is prospective.
Correct.
Where's pharmacy? This is somebody's typed it in, given it to you, giving you enough time to look at it. Did you call Dr. Husel on 500 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of midazolam?
I did not,
Why not?
because I already had talked to him about something bigger than this. I had figured it wouldn't change anything anyway, so I just verified it.
Are there any other doctors sending in orders like this?
Not that I saw, no.
Your Honor, it's my intention now to go to the indicted counts. If you, I mean, where are we going till noon? What do you want to do,
It's
sir?
10 till. I imagine it's gonna take a little longer than that.
Yes.
Okay, let's do an early lunch. Let's start back at 1:20. Okay, give you enough time if you want to run. I know the microwave line yesterday was a little long. Okay, remember the admonitions? Oh, one thing, let me discuss one thing before you go. We've noticed that on the feed, we're getting reflection, catching outlines of some of your faces. I'm gonna try to work on that problem during the noon hour. Okay, the plexiglass seems to be the culprit, so we're trying to fix that. But I want to let you know that they can see like image, like it almost like a ghost type image. So we're trying to fix that right now. But with that, have a wonderful lunch.
All right.
Remember the admonitions too. Okay. You can go ahead and set up, because I got to still talk to him.
Are you speaking to me?
I will in a second.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
described here and above. I just want to blow Jane's nuts up.
Oh, it's a Jane thing.
Yes.
You want to talk to Mary again?
What's going on?
Daughter's refusing something about the sheriff. She don't want to do it.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, so drop her here, do a bill, you know. All of that, if she started dealing with it. But, drop her here.
Well, I am at the office, so like I said, I'll be poking in and out. Make sure you guys don't burn things down before I come back. I will just say from listening while I was driving around and doing other errands, it's interesting the pharmacist admitted, yeah, that was an unusually large amount, but his only thought was to be passive aggressive and ask if the doctor messed up, but then left it alone once the doctor told him to fill the prescription. He didn't report it to anyone. Oh, sorry, Rennie, you didn't tell me what your plan was.
Before we get started, Mr. Zion, ladies and gentlemen, I went to the media during the break and looked at all the videos. There was a reflection of it was Mr. Zion when he got up here close off the light from there. None of you guys were on, okay? So we checked that out for you during the break. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, Mr. Zion, you may continue on.
Thank you.
Even though you were the reflection.
All right. Let's talk about Brandy McDonald. I'm going to show, okay to publish, right?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to show everyone, with the consent of the defense, State's Exhibit 5B. For the record, it is the orders, the medication orders for Brandy L. McDonald. So, Mr. Schroyer, have you seen this document before as part of preparation for testifying today?
Yes.
All right, and this is for, like I said.
Hold on 1 second. Can you guys see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because this is a different screen than we're used to working with. I just want to make sure they could see it okay.
Yes, sir.
Continue on.
And what date was she admitted on?
1/11/18,
And what date was she discharged on?
1/14/18.
Okay. Showing you this 5B, which is a medication orders document from her medical records. Did she receive fentanyl?
Yes.
And who was that given? Who was that? Who was the ordering physician?
Dr. William Husel?
And we see an RN, so that would be Jamie Burke was the RN.
Yes.
And once again, this was for, what was the concentration at the top there?
Fentanyl 50 micrograms per ml.
And that's the bottle we saw?
No, that's the concentration. This was written for a 20 mil vial.
Okay,
or
so
ordered as a 20
a
mil.
bigger bottle?
Yeah.
All right. And what were the order details for Brandy McDonald on 1/14, which is the date of this order?
1,000 micrograms, IV push, inject, a one-time order, routine urgency, similar to the other ones, ordered at 21/31.
Mm-hmm.
It was completed at 21/51. And it was pharmacist verified at 2200.
All right. Now, can you tell whether this was a prospective or a retrospective based on this document?
Based on this document, retrospective.
Retrospective. Now, for the next ones we're going to be talking about, I've also shown you what I've marked for identification purposes. That's State's Exhibit 24E. And once again, we got this overhead thing. Just as I slide it on across, do you recognize what this document is, 24E?
Yes.
And what is 24E in general and then specifically?
In general, it looks like a Pixis report.
Okay. Before you go further, tell the folks what a Pixis report is.
Sorry, Pixis report. It's a printout of all the activity that happened on that Pixis machine.
Is it patient specific? This report?
This report is, yes, patient name, Brandy McDonald.
Okay. And does it appear based on the dates on the Pixis report to be related to 5B, the same hospital admission for Brandy McDonald between 1/11 and 1/14?
Appears to, yes.
Okay. And the first medication appears to be, transaction date was 1/12/18. Is that correct?
Yep.
And then going to the last page of 24E, the last one would have been on 1/14/2008, 2018. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So is 24E all the medications per the Pyxis report that Brandy McDonald received during her hospitalization between January 11th of 2018 and January 14th of 2018?
Ask that again, please.
Is 24E, the Pyxis log report for Brandy McDonald,
Right.
is that the medication from the Pyxis machine that she received for this hospital stay?
Yes.
Let's go through the columns at the top first. Station name, what does that mean?
What's underneath it? Let me see the first.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That was the room number.
Okay, so that's where she's staying?
Mhm.
That's her bed? Transaction date and time, just when it occurred? What's username mean?
The user that was signed into Pyxis.
And then patient name is Brandy McDonald, right?
Yep.
And then that's just an ID number from the hospital? What does this mean, transaction type?
I don't remember. Without seeing the other options,
Well, there's another option at the bottom.
integrated weights. Okay, so I don't rightly recall. Integrated waste, I know, that was where if you withdrew a medication and didn't use it all, and it was a controlled substance like, I think that was lorazepam, you had to document what happened to the part you didn't use. So it's a controlled substance. They as the hospital track very closely all of it all the time. So if you got, I don't know how much was in this vial, but let's just say it was a 5 ml vial and you used 2, that 3 has to be accounted for. So you could document that you wasted it, got rid of it in the Pyxis machine.
So you wasted it. What does that mean? You threw it away?
I don't know what the nurses did with it physically, but this is documenting, saying that part of that lorazepam that was probably the one drawn above it, it was the vend order above it, integrated waste below it. The way I would read this is that somebody withdrew lorazepam, they did not use it all, and because they did not use it all, the remainder has to be accounted for. So the way that it was accounted for in this case is it was wasted. What physically happened to it, I don't know.
That'd be a question for one of our nurses. Okay. And
Did you say something?
Oh, I nodded. Yes. Question for the nurse.
and then once again, we have med ID. Is that just something specific? What is that?
I can't see that.
Oh, gosh, I'm terrible at this. Med ID, right here.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Med description, what is that?
A description of the med, so it tells you what it was.
Okay.
Or is.
Dispense amount, what does that mean?
How much was withdrawn?
Quantity, what does that mean?
Can you scroll over a little bit? Oh, okay. Dispense amount looks like strength. So I'm down at Tylenol, or yeah, Tylenol at the bottom here. Acetaminophen, 325 milligrams. Dispense amount was 650 milligrams. That would be a quantity of 2.
All right. So for instance, you're pointing at the third one up from the bottom on January 14th of 2018 at 3:21 a.m. Someone named Racy Wilkins got for Brandon McDonald acetaminophen at this strength, 650 milligrams, and Racy Wilkins got 2 of those for Brandy.
No.
No?
No, 650 milligrams was the total dose or total amount withdrawn. So 650 milligrams. What is in the Pyxis is 325 milligram tablets.
Got it.
So 2 of those equals 650.
Got it. Okay. Now, let's talk about this last column. What does that say at the top there? And then explain the answers in that column, or what's indicated in that column.
Override.
So what does override mean?
That literally the button, or the override function was used in the Pyxis.
So that picture of the Pyxis machine where you said there's an override button?
Right.
They can just hit that and it pops open, they get their medicine.
Yes.
And in those cases, if they put the order in, you get it retrospectively.
Yes.
This here. Okay. So let's go. And you said looking at 5B based on the times, you can tell this is retrospectively, looking at 5B and looking at the times of this medication for fentanyl and midazolam, you can tell it's retrospective. Does the Pyxis log also tell us that with this last column? Looking at the last page of 24E, third one up from the bottom, this is January 14th at 21:33. That would be the nurse's name, Jamie Burke. Is that right?
Yes.
Gave Brandy McDonald fentanyl, right?
Yep.
And you said this is the strength size, right?
That's the thing in, that's the description of what is physically in the machine.
Okay. And looks like Jamie Burke got 900 micrograms out, right?
Yes,
And so the quantity is 9.
correct.
Now, override, what does that indicate?
That the override function on the Pyxis machine was utilized.
So that would have come through to you as retrospective review.
If an order was put in after the fact, yes.
And then the very next column, we have fentanyl at 100 micrograms. Is that right?
Yes,
And these are within 20 seconds of each other? Is that right?
yes,
So that's the 1,000 micrograms we see on the orders. And then we've got on this last column, midazolam, right?
Right.
And for the record, that is midazolam. It says in parentheses, Versed. What does that mean?
that's the brand name of the medication.
All right. So midazolam and Versed are the same thing.
Yes,
And that was 6 milligrams.
yes,
And to get to 6 milligrams, Nurse Burke had to pull out 3 vials.
yes,
And was that done on override?
yes.
We've talked a lot about fentanyl, but Jamie Burke was getting fentanyl and an IVP push of midazolam. What class of drug is midazolam/Versed?
A benzodiazepine.
And what is a benzodiazepine based upon your training and experience as a pharmacist? What is benzodiazepine? What is it used for?
Anxiety mostly. In the case of midazolam, it's used for sedation mostly.
All right.
Can I have that exhibit, please?
Yes. All right, I'm going to use your exhibit from yesterday. So I'm going to use defense exhibit DX-MCD1. MCD, I think it's actually MCD DX1, big poster board. So yesterday, Mr. Baez said, pointing at Brandy McDonald, which is, where is she on this? Right here, pointing at Brandy McDonald. He said, Brandy McDonald was given 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl. That's true, isn't it?
Yes.
And then he pointed to here, there's not a column here, but he pointed and said,
Your Honor, I'm just objecting to the form, what Mr. Baez says. Mr. Shore wasn't here.
Okay, I agree. Let's take it out in full form.
okay, if that was said in this courtroom yesterday by someone, and said, Brandy McDonald was approved by pharmacy. Was Brandy McDonald approved by pharmacy? You're the pharmacist. Did you approve that?
I wouldn't use the word approve, no.
What word would you use?
Retrospectively, the order was verified, but it all happened before it was given before we were made aware of it.
And what do you do with those retrospective things in your queue?
You just verify them to get rid of them.
So where was pharmacy on Brandy McDonald?
unaware.
Bonnie Austin. States Exhibit 10B, 24J. Publishing, for the record, Bonnie Austin's orders, medication orders, States Exhibit 10B. When was she came in, what date?
9:30,
What date was she discharged?
9:30.
So let me ask you this, we're using discharge. What if someone dies in the hospital? Is that, what term did they use? Are you aware?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Discharge date of the same day, right? Looking at this order sheet, does this appear to be fair and accurate?
Appears to be.
All right, so on 9/30 of 2018, how much did what did Bonnie Austin get?
There was an order of fentanyl, ordered at 23:10.
Okay, and 23:10, what time, what does that mean, in case people aren't aware of?
11:10 in the evening, 11:10 p.m.
All right, and just for clarification, this is a 24-hour clock, like military time?
Correct.
So 23:10 translates to?
11:10 p.m.
Okay, so that's right after you get on, or is that right after the daytime people leave, or the evening people leave?
Second one, right after the evening left at 11.
Okay. And who ordered it?
Dr. William Husel,
And how much of this fentanyl, at this dose, at this strength rather, did he order?
600 micrograms, IV push, inject once, routine order.
All right, and this was done by a nurse, Ebro?
Yep.
And then also, did Bonnie Austin get something else at that same time?
Midazolam,
All right, and so is this also at the same time as the fentanyl?
appears to be yes.
And how much midazolam, Versed, did Bonnie Austin receive?
6 milligrams, IV push, inject once, routine urgency.
What's that?
I was just reading the order there.
Okay,
Inject once, routine.
okay, and over 2 to 5 minutes,
Mhm.
and that's the nurse again? All right. And here we have, and this is, I believe, on all of these orders, pharmacist verified, not reviewed. What does that mean to you?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's look at the 24J. Once again, do you recognize what 24J is for the record?
Yes.
And what is 24J?
A Pixis log,
Specific to what patient?
Bonnie Austin.
And is it for the same date that we just saw those orders for?
Yes.
And so here we have, on the orders, we see 2 medications. What's this first column up here about?
Ends the unlocked door. Unlock the door. It appears to be an override, last column, to unlock the refrigerated meds door.
So that would be the big thing next to the Pixis machine?
Could be.
Okay. Let's talk about the medications here. Do these appear to be the medications that are indicated on those order forms?
Yes.
And who's Jason Sims?
The user that was signed into Pixis.
Do you know if he was a nurse or not?
I do not.
Well, Jason Sims' name is certainly not this name here, right?
Correct.
Ebrow. And for the record, I'm referring back to 10B. It looks like the orders indicate it was entered and electrically signed by someone named Ebrow, RN. But on the Pixis log, it looks like someone named Sims. Jason Sims is the person who's the user for these drugs. The person, not the user, person using Pyxis. All right, 600 milligrams. So he had to get 6 of those out,
600 micrograms, yes.
okay? And override,
Yes.
override. And then for the midazolam, 6 milligrams, and they come in 2 milligram vials, so had to get 3 of them, right? And override. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
Right, yes, I'm shaking my head, I apologize.
We had them talking in your corner too, so.
Okay. So on Bonnie Austin, where is pharmacy? You're the pharmacist that's on those records. On Bonnie Austin, were you aware that that was going on?
No,
Did you set this system up?
no,
Let's talk about Jack Timmons.
Oh, no, your last step.
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Are we good on these? Ms. Menashe, are we good on these?
Yes.
Jack Timmons. Showing you for what I've marked for identification purposes, has State's Exhibit 11B. Jack Timmons, when did he come into the hospital?
10/22/18,
When was he discharged from the hospital?
10/24/18,
Okay. Looking at 11B, the orders, the medications. Did Dr. Husel order any fentanyl for Jack Timmons during his hospital stay?
yes,
All right. So let's go through the fentanyl order. On 10/24/18, right?
Right.
At 03, now is that 3 PM or is that 3 AM?
3 a.m.,
So this is during your shift, this is 3 AM in the morning.
correct,
Order status completed. Ordering physician, that's Dr. Husel, right?
right,
And this will be the nurse, Jacob Deemer, right?
right,
And what's the order details?
1,000 micrograms IV push, inject once,
Okay. The midazolam, was that also given at the same time?
appears to be yes.
And the physician,
Dr. William Husel,
the nurse,
Jake Deemer,
the amount?
10 milligrams IV push once,
Okay. Is there another medication given at this time?
not right at this time, but it appears 5 minutes later, yes.
What is this medication?
Hydromorphone,
Can you please spell that for the record?
HYDROMORPHONE,
All right, and we got that lettering, because there must be something out there in the world that sounds like this. So we also see that hydromorphone has in parentheses, what's this word?
Dilaudid,
And can you spell that for the record?
DILAUDID,
So why do we got 2 names up here?
generic versus brand name,
Just like the Versed and midazolam,
correct,
okay? So 5 minutes after the fentanyl and the midazolam, we've got hydromorphone being ordered by who?
Dr. William Husel,
And the nurse,
Jake Deemer,
and the amount.
10 milligrams IV push once,
What is hydromorphone, Dilaudid, classified as?
an opiate,
What is fentanyl classified as?
an opiate,
Based on your training and experience as a pharmacist, is it advisable as a pharmacist to give a patient within 5 minutes of each other opioids from 2 different types of opioids at the same time, within 5 minutes of each other?
it depends.
Okay, it depends. Wait, hold on. It's a good lawyerly answer. All right.
Your Honor, I want to move to strike the lawyerly answer as the commentary on that.
Okay, that'll be stricken.
Thanks. It was actually his answer, was it depends.
It was, and she got that down. His commentary on the way back is stricken. You're
What-
disregarding the lawyerly comment.
What does it depend on?
A lot of things.
Like what?
Doses, the condition of the patient overall, the opioid history of the patient, if they're new to opioids or if they've been on them for a long time. Every case would be different.
Okay. Turning the page on James Timmons here, to page 2 of 11B. He's gotten fentanyl, midazolam at 3 in the morning, hydromorphine at 3:05. We turn the page. In addition to the hydromorphine at 3:05, was there another drug ordered and given by Dr. Husel and Jake Deemer?
You pull it down a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
What if any other drugs were given to James Timmons per the orders?
At 3:05, it appears there was a completed order for midazolam, 20 milligrams IV push once.
Okay. And then finally at 3:23,
323 was midazolam,
by Dr. Husel
correct?
and nurse,
Jake Deemer,
and how much?
10 milligrams IV push once.
Okay. So to summarize, if I may, between 3 a.m. and 3:23 a.m., the orders reflect that James Timmons was given 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl, 10 milligrams of midazolam, 10 milligrams of hydromorphine, 20 milligrams at 3:05 of midazolam, and another 10 milligrams of midazolam. Is that correct?
How did you start that? I don't need the drugs. What was the word you used? Did you say was ordered or was given?
Per the orders, this is what the orders reflect were ordered.
Correct.
Okay. That's what these records reflect.
That is what was ordered, correct.
Looking at 24K, once again, this would be the Pyxis log for patient victim James Timmons. Is that correct?
Appears to be yes.
Let's go to the last page. Do we see these orders for fentanyl and midazolam here on the last page of 24K?
Yes.
Okay. So starting up here, the second column down, we see that at 10/24/18 at 2:34, Earl Huron, right? Do you know who Earl Huron is?
I do not.
It's not Jake Deemer though, right?
Correct.
All right.
Well, I would assume so, yes.
I'm sorry.
I would assume that they are not the same person, yes.
Okay. Patient James Timmons, it looks like from the Pyxis log, someone named Earl Huron got how much fentanyl out?
800 micrograms.
And it looks like within a minute, Earl Huron for James Timmons got how much more fentanyl out?
200 micrograms. Can
And
I?
would that be equal to 1,000 micrograms?
Yes.
And would that correspond?
Hold on.
I need to correct something I said.
Go ahead.
I want to correct something I said earlier. You asked about the far left column. What was that? I said it was a room number. After seeing more of them, that's the Pyxis machine identity. It's not a room number. That is how they classified which machine it came out of. So I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay.
He was trying to blurt it out and both of you were talking at the same time and her poor fingers were starting to smoke. So we wanted to make sure, get it straight. Now go back to where you were.
Okay. This is at 2:35 in the morning, right?
Right.
And this is at 2:34 in the morning, right?
Right?
Going back to 11B. And those two orders together equal 1,000 micrograms, right?
Right?
And here we have the order for 1,000 micrograms, right?
Right?
By Dr. Husel, different nurse,
correct? Different
Okay.
nurse?
Just so everyone's clear, this is for James Timmons, and this is the same hospital stay, same day, right? What, does the Pyxis,
Sorry, can you let the witness answer the question, Your Honor?
Just, can you move it over a little bit so I can see the date?
yeah, I'm sorry. The date for James Timmons is,
10/24 was the order date, and the fix this real quick there. Yes. 10/24, yeah, okay. Correct.
sir, does it appear that Earl Huron is pulling 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl out of the Pyxis machine almost a half hour before the order comes through?
It appears so, yes.
And how, what, if any, button is Nurse Huron pressing to get this fentanyl, 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl? What button is he pushing?
Judge, an override,
Oh, there we go.
Thanks for the assist.
Hold on, everybody. Okay. It's not one I've heard before, but
I know my rules, but it's not one of those.
yes,
I believe it calls for speculation
okay.
as to what another nurse would do.
Okay, overruled. Okay. Now, that we dealt with that, do you remember the question?
No.
Let's re-ask the question.
According to State's Exhibit 24K, looking at the last column, going by the records, 24K, which you've identified has the Pyxis log for patient James Timmons, what button was pushed on the Pyxis machine to get this 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl out?
It was done via override.
And when you say that, that's the button on the machine, right?
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, this got to get used to this. And those come in retrospective to you.
Depends.
We'll get to that in just a minute. And then we see the midazolam also on this page. Earl Huron, right?
Mhm.
And getting this midazolam out. And what time did he get that out?
2:52.
And that is 8 minutes before Dr. Husel ordered it, right?
It would appear, yes. It would appear, yes.
And here we've got Emma Young, the next entry down. Oh, I'm sorry. Earl Huron also pulled the hydromorphine, also known as Dilaudid, out too, right?
Yes.
And this is also before the order was even entered into the machine, right?
Yes.
And then we've got someone named Emma Young, right?
Right.
Getting lorazepam out. Is that right?
Yep.
How much of lorazepam did she get out?
10 milligrams.
And this is for patient Jack Timmons, right?
James Timmons, yes.
James Timmons, my apology. What's lorazepam? For the record, spelled Lorazepan. What's lorazepam?
It's a benzodiazepine.
Is it a different type of benzodiazepine than midazolam?
It's a different medication, yes.
Okay, and lorazepam is also known as Ativan. You can see there.
Is that what the,
Oh, yes, I didn't realize that was a question, sorry.
Right,
Yes,
I'm just asking, yeah, that's so, once again, brand name versus generic name.
correct,
Ativan, for the record, is Ativan, and that was 10 milligrams, right?
correct.
That comes in 2 milligram doses, so Emma Young had to get 5 of those out, right?
Right.
These are all by override, correct?
The two I can see are yes.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not good at this. Thank you. Okay. And then we've got Emma Young for James Timmons getting lorazepam out, right? More lorazepam out, correct? We're looking at the second to bottom one, right?
Correct. No, this is, it looks like it's being wasted.
And this is being wasted. So that means it wasn't given, that's how you interpret this. You don't know the physical thing, how they do to waste it, but it means it wasn't given to the patient.
Whatever part of it is being wasted, correct?
And then finally, the last entry here on State's Exhibit 24K. Finally, we see Jake Deemer's name, right?
Right.
And he's the guy on the order for all of the meds, right?
Right.
He got more fentanyl out, correct?
No, that looks like a waste order.
Well, he got it out, but he had to waste it. He had to account for it, correct?
Say that again.
I mean, it's on here because it got out, but it wasn't given to the patient.
Objection leading, also misstates the evidence.
I'll let him clarify it. Do you understand the question?
I do not.
Okay. This waste you said here at the last line,
Right.
does that relate to the previous draw?
It may.
It may. Okay.
Okay. That was not done via override, or explain it to us then. If I'm misstating anything, please explain what these two columns mean, these last two rows mean.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you bring it up so he can take a good look at it, because you've got it so far back.
Well, I was told that I had to zoom out. I'm just doing my best.
It's okay. We'll bring in a 13-year-old tomorrow to help.
I don't know what this means specifically. Sorry, I was covering the mic. I know the waste function in Pyxis is there so that you can document medication not used, not given. That it appears that that is what was done with lorazepam and fentanyl, but it doesn't have a quantity here. And I know it exists. I know that the nurses do it. How they do it, I don't know.
Yeah, we only want you to testify about what you know. All right. Based upon your knowledge of the matter that we're here for today, were those all the patients you were involved
To my knowledge, yes.
with? Okay, that you've been questioned about specifically by everyone in this?
Yes.
All right. In preparation for today's trial, did I ask you to review a statement by the CDC guideline recommendation number 11? Or did your attorney ask you to review that at my request?
I'd like to see it, but
Okay, well, it's this thing.
Where is this?
This is just it's not this piece of paper.
It's not a medical quack. Where is that a discovery?
It's just a question I'm going to ask.
What's the question?
Are you familiar with the CDC guideline?
If you ask him guideline number 11, and without reading it, we'll see what it says. But you can't read on it.
I can certainly ask a statement and see just because it's yes or no doesn't mean. Let's just see how it goes.
Okay, guys,
May I ask a question, Judge?
I would like for you to ask a question, and we'll see where we go with it.
Thank you, sir. Sir, based on your training and experience, are you aware of any risks involving the concurrent use of opioid pain medication and benzodiazepines?
yes.
And what are those risks?
Your Honor, first of all, I'd object, he's not been tendered as an expert. Also, we haven't been given what is being asked about in discovery.
Okay,
I'm not tendering him as an expert. He's a pharmacist with training and experience. I'm asking based on his training and
so that's the
experience.
very definition of an expert, isn't it? Based upon training and experience, you want him to opine what the result is?
No, I'm just asking, was he trained or does he have experience with this of a risk between using opioid pain medications and benzodiazepines? And he said yes.
Okay,
And I'm going to ask, what is that risk?
aren't you asking for an opinion then?
No, I'm asking what his training and experience taught him.
Same objection, Your Honor. That's what an opinion is.
Okay, lay some foundation before you get your answer.
In school, in pharmacy school, did you learn about benzodiazepines?
Yes.
Did you learn about opioid pain medication?
Yes.
And was that part of the test to become a pharmacist in the state of Ohio?
Specifically, I don't remember.
Is it part of the expected knowledge of the pharmacist in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn about concurrent use of opioid pain medication and benzodiazepines?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you want a voir dire?
Sure.
Take a shot.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Diane Menashe on behalf of Dr. Husel.
Hello?
You want me to call you Mr. Shore or Talon?
Talon's fine.
Talon? Awesome. You were just asked about your schooling, based upon your schooling, and then CDC guidelines. First of all, for the jury, what does CDC stand for?
Okay, let's do a voir dire.
I'll get right to the questions about the CDC, but I first want to make sure the jury knows what CDC is.
Okay.
The Centers for Disease Control?
And as part of your schooling, did you learn about the CDC guidelines as a whole?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
Right.
As part of your time at Mount Carmel, the relevant time of 2017 and 2018, did you have an opportunity while you were working at Mount Carmel Hospital to review the CDC guidelines, if you recall?
Would I have had an opportunity? Yes.
Did you?
Not that I recall.
Have you reviewed the entirety of the CDC guidelines between being terminated from Mount Carmel and today's date?
I have not.
Nothing further.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about experts before. You guys can give whatever value. I'm basically a gatekeeper. Okay, you guys can give whatever value you want based upon what you heard about his experience. Mr. Zion?
Thank you, sir. All right, just take the CDC. Going back to what we said, you learned about benzodiazepines, right?
Right.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
You learned about opioid pain medications.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you learn about the concurrent use of?
That the side effects, or I guess the effects period, can be synergistic.
Tell the jury what synergy means. And spell that, I don't know. No, you got it? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm terrible.
Now, relax.
No, I'm not sure I could. I have to
Okay,
think about
well,
it. Spelling is not my strong suit.
that's okay.
So tell us about the synergistic effects, what that means.
Very quickly, that the sum is more than the parts. So when you get effect X with just this drug and effect Y with this drug, when you put them together, it might be more than one, 1 + 1 might equal 3, basically.
Okay. Are there any risks associated with the concurrent use of narcotic pain medication and benzodiazepines?
Your Honor, ask and answer.
I'll permit it.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I said you can answer.
Okay. Yes.
What are those risks?
This same risks of taking either one separately, just magnified. So specifics,
Yes, specific risks. Yeah.
largely respiratory depression.
What's respiratory depression?
Your desire, your automatic urge to breathe is reduced.
Thank you. Back to James Timmons. Now, did this come in? We saw it was done on override. How did you become aware of this? Was this retrospective or something else?
You said this is James Timmons?
This is James Timmons. This is on.
Yeah.
Just to get you back, October 24th of 2018.
Okay.
You're in the central pharmacy. Who are you with?
Greg Dresbach?
Okay. It is, what time was that in the morning? 3 o'clock, was that it? Yeah, 3:05.
Okay.
How, if at all, you become aware of what's going on with James Timmons out there on the floor?
I got a phone call from one of the nurses.
Do you remember the name of the nurse?
I do not.
What, without telling us what that nurse said, what did you do next? Well, let me ask you this, what was the nature of the call? Was it for instance, was it a question, was it commentary?
It's transitional. I'm gonna give you a little leeway here. Let's get to it.
Yes, the nurse had a question about the medication, the MAR, medication administration record.
And we've seen one of those today, earlier. Is that right? That's the question. Do you remember 29 BB?
Yes.
Okay. What was the question? Not for the truth of it, but what was the question? So we know what you did next, if any.
Question was,
Objection as to the question. It calls for hearsay. What did you do next? No objection to that portion of the question.
She's right, technically. Re-ask.
Okay. What did you do based on this phone call?
what did I do based on this phone call?
Yeah, what's your next action? You're on the phone, the nurse says something. The judge allows you to say a question about the Mars.
Right, I looked at the MAR.
You looked at the Mars. What happened next?
I saw the medications that had been given.
Go ahead.
I saw the medications that had been given according to the MAR.
What happened next?
I don't think much until the end of my shift at 7 in the morning.
Okay.
I mean, related to this,
Well, what reaction, if any, did you have when you looked at the Mars, the medications that were given?
I see. I was shocked
Why were you shocked?
because there was, well, there were 4 medications given, or 4 sets of medications given, the grand total of which I thought was large.
The word you used was shocked?
Sure.
Well, you just said that, is
Yes,
that right?
shocked.
Are any other doctors ordering those amounts of medications that we saw for Jack Simmons?
Not that I've seen, no.
So you're shocked. What, if anything, do? Do you talk to Greg? What's going on? It's 3 in the morning. What happens next?
I may have talked to Greg, I don't remember specifically. What I do remember is writing down on a scrap of paper the patient's name and the doses and the times. And then I gave those to Randy when he got to work in the morning at 7.
Was this order even retrospective when that nurse called? Did it show up in your queue yet?
I had never seen an order for those.
So this would be, what was talked about yesterday, a complete bypass of pharmacy.
To my knowledge, yes.
Is that part of your shot?
Yes.
So now, Mr. Timmons, referring back to NCD DX1, Mr. Timmons down here, October 24th, where is pharmacy? Your testimony is that you're completely out of the loop at this point, not even retrospective?
Correct.
Did you set this system up?
No, sir.
Always helpful. I don't mind interruption.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
So, what time's your shift in?
7.
Is that the next thing you can remember happening with the Jack Timmons stuff?
Yes.
You said, you told the folks here, you wrote it down on a piece of paper?
Right.
You mean like literally like a little piece of scrap paper?
Yes. Old-fashioned pen and paper.
What'd you write down? If you recall.
The patient's name, maybe the medrec number, just so he could have been identified in the computer, an identifier for the patient, the drug and the strength, and the times they were administered.
What, if anything, did you do when you got off work that day? Now, this is, what day of the week is this?
It's a Thursday morning.
All right, so that's like anything we established is like your Friday night, if you're working at 8 to 5.
Correct.
Monday through Friday.
Correct.
So what happens when you get off shift? Is there a gap or does somebody come in and is there right away?
people are supposed to be there by 7.
Okay? What's your memory of October, the morning of Thursday, October 24th?
So before I left at 7, I pulled Randy into his office and just sat down and showed him the papers.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay.
Who's Randy?
My direct supervisor,
And what kind of, based on your knowledge of Randy, what kind of training is he?
he's a pharmacist.
Okay, so he's one of the other pharmacists that works at Mount Carmel,
He was the operations manager, yes,
so he's above you.
correct.
All right. What do you say there?
I don't remember specifically. I can give you the gist.
Well, give us the gist of what you said to Randy.
That was a short meeting, but just that this is, I'm shocked. This is alarming, and the optics of this, no matter what's going on in there, the optics of this are not great.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the rest of the evening, I guess you could think on the drugs that were being used, and I could only think of 2 real cases in my head. That was that these were actually given to the patient, or someone is stealing drugs, and neither of which are really ideal.
All those other ones we've talked about before that you were, your names on, either as a prospective review or a retrospective. Did you know what procedure those were being used for?
At the time, no.
When you called Dr. Husel on Janet Kavanaugh about the extra 0, did he tell you what procedure he was using?
No.
Did you find out when you talked to Randy what procedure all those drugs we just went over were being used for?
Yes.
What procedure were those drugs being used for?
Palliative vent withdrawal.
And did that, in your mind, raise any concerns?
Yes,
Why?
because it doesn't look good.
Explain it to them. Why doesn't that look good?
It's a very large dose of medication at a palliative withdrawal, larger than it maybe needed to be, and it just, yeah, it didn't look good.
Okay. So you have 2 concerns, right?
Potential concerns, yes.
Two potential. Either it's more than it needs to be, is that right?
Right,
Or someone up there is stealing drugs.
right.
That's also known as diversion in the hospital setting.
Objection, Your Honor, leaving?
It's transition, I'll let them have it.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. Is that also known as diversion in the hospital setting?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So. Why are you telling Randy, your supervisor, about your concerns?
Self-preservation,
What do you mean by that?
that's the irony of this whole situation, at least for me personally, is the real motive for me bringing this to Randy's attention was I didn't want to end up in a witness chair in a court of law.
All right. Why would you think you'd end up in a witness chair in the court of law?
I didn't think I would, just it was a possibility. And if you see something and you don't say something, you can be accused of being party to that something.
And the 2 somethings in this case was somebody's really giving this to a
Objection, Your
patient.
Honor, leading?
It is leading, go ahead, rephrase.
And what are the 2 concerns you had in your mind, those 2 somethings that could end you up right there are?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll let him have it as a summary, go ahead.
That it was larger than it maybe needed to be, or someone was stealing drugs, also known as diversion.
Based on your conversation with Randy Miles, are you recommended to do anything?
Yes.
What, if anything, are you recommended to do?
He asked me to put in a voice report.
All right, let me hear that term many times. Voice, is that just, has it said VOICE?
It may be an acronym, I don't remember.
All right, what's a voice report?
It's was the hospital's internal incident reporting system. It was not specific to pharmacy or any one department. It was on Mount Carmel's intranet, the way that you reported anything.
Like what? Like you say anything, right?
Like an incident here, or if a patient received a wrong drug, or, sorry, my bias is sort of towards pharmacy examples, but it doesn't have to be anything egregious. Somebody slipped and fall in the hallway, like you could put in a voice report about it. It was just any sort of incident that you thought the hospital should be aware of, you could put in a voice report.
Okay, had you ever put in a voice report before?
Once.
All right. Well, did you put in a voice report?
I did not,
Why not?
because they aren't quick.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again.
They're not quick. Lots of questions, lots of type in the box. They take a long time.
Okay. So do you say anything to Randy about whether you're going to put in a voice report or not?
Yes, I told him I would do it when I got to work on Sunday night.
All right. Do you hear anything about it before you show up to work on Sunday night?
No, sir.
What happened, if anything, when you got to work on Sunday night? Did you find out anything about this voice report?
I don't remember if it was right when I showed up or not, but at some point on my first shift back the next week, I was informed that the voice report had already been done and I no longer had to do it.
Okay. And in your mind at this point, is there anything else you need to do regarding your concerns about the dosages and drugs given to Jackson's?
No.
You said that there was a see something, say something. Was that a policy you were taught or just a general principle?
Just a general principle.
Did you ever receive emails from your supervisors about dosages and drugs as part of the safety culture at Mount Carmel?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 20D. We good? Do you recognize 20D?
I do.
What is 20D?
An email from Josh Mush.
Here's another name, Josh Mush. For the record, that is M-U-C-H.
I think it's SCH.
I was trying to guess. Yeah, let me find it here. I'll do that later. Does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that?
Appears to be yes.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Any objections?
No.
Okay.
What is the date? I'm going to zoom in a little bit because I think I can get the whole thing here. That's the wrong way. Okay.
Whoa.
Too much? All right. Zoom out.
Felt like it was an oncoming car.
Zoom out. All right. Judge, can you ask if everyone can see that?
Can you all see that?
Okay. All right. So up here at the 2 line, do you recognize the names that are in the 2 line?
I do.
Who are those people? Do you know what their jobs are?
Yes.
And what are their jobs at Mount Carmel?
They're all pharmacists.
Okay. And there it is, from Joshua Mush, M-U-S-C-H, right? And Josh Mush's job at Trinity, at Mount Carmel is?
He's a pharmacist too.
Okay. And what's the subject of this email?
High dose ketamine and fentanyl.
And what is the date of this?
June 14 of 18.
All right. And what's the subject?
High dose ketamine and fentanyl.
All right, we've talked about fentanyl. What's ketamine?
It's another controlled substance.
What is ketamine? And Your Honor, for the record, to be clear, we are not asking his opinion to proffer anything regarding medical diagnosis and treatment as an expert. We're just asking his questions based on his training and experience as a pharmacist. So we're not proffering him in any way as an
I
expert.
don't think she has a problem with that concept. It's when you went a little further with it. So,
I get it. We just took the CDC thing out. I get it. All right. So what's ketamine? just as a pharmacist, tell the folks what ketamine is.
Sedative,
Yeah?
controlled substance used for sedation.
Now, looking back, was ketamine one of those drugs that a nurse or somebody else up on the floor could push the override button for?
Not that I'm aware of.
So what's Josh asking y'all on this?
Can we just read it?
Well, it's up there, but documents don't speak for themselves. Reading that, what is he asking there?
Essentially, there have been some doses of these two medication and wondering if anyone had any more information they could share with the rest of the staff.
All right, so his concern, I was wondering, there have been some recent ICU, 1 gram of ketamine? Is that a big dose of ketamine?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, it's the lack of foundation, also just reading from the exhibit, but it's really a foundational question based on his experience.
Okay. Do you have experience with the administering of ketamine?
Administration, no.
So you never filled a script for it?
No, no, not in that sense.
Well, I think administering, as a pharmacist, do you put it into people?
No.
No, I don't mean that way. When I say administer, I mean write on a script or an order.
I have seen orders for ketamine, yes. I have verified orders for ketamine, yes.
I still don't think it gets you to where your question is. You might want to lay a little bit more foundation with it.
Okay. As part of your job at Mount Carmel, have you verified orders for ketamine before?
Yes.
Can you estimate how many times?
A dozen?
Okay. And based on that experience of maybe a dozen times, you kind of shrug your shoulders. That's why I say maybe. Is that an estimate?
Yes.
Is 1 gram of ketamine, based on your experience, a big dose of ketamine?
It's on the higher end, yes.
Okay. And then 1 milligram of fentanyl. Is that the same thing? Is that the same size we were talking about in the orders?
1 milligram is 1,000 micrograms, same thing. Just different ways of saying it.
All right, so for someone like me that didn't do well in math or science, a microgram is 1/1000 of a milligram.
Correct.
And the Pyxis, they have them in the microgram. They don't put them in milligram bottles.
Correct. What, you're talking about fentanyl?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And what's Josh asking y'all in this email 20D?
If anyone had more,
Ask and answer.
I asked what he was talking about. Now I'm asking what he's asking them.
I'll permit it. Go ahead.
asking if anyone had any more information about the using these doses. I can't read it. Any more information about the use of these two drugs?
All right. And from what standpoint is he asking you these things?
Safety.
Okay. Do you remember getting this email back in June of 2018?
Yes,
Well, did you give Josh a call?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't have any more information to share.
You'd seen these doses from Dr. Husel?
Correct?
Had you seen these doses from anyone else?
Not in my experience.
Did you know who he was talking about when you saw the email?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Jackson,
speculation.
Seriously, speculation.
Strike the question and answer, ladies and gentlemen, disregard, rephrase.
Based on your training and experience, verifying orders in the ICU, was anyone besides Dr. Husel giving 1,000 or 1 milligram doses, 1,000 microgram, or equivalently 1 milligram of fentanyl?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
He asked me to lay a foundation for the next question.
Yeah, okay, I'll give it to you. Go ahead and answer.
Anyone else?
In my experience, no.
So, did you know who Josh was talking about?
Okay,
Objection as to speculation. as to what
Sustained.
Josh is talking about.
Well, who did you think Josh was talking about?
that's a different question.
There we go. Okay. You get there. Who did you think Josh was talking about?
Dr. Husel.
All right. You didn't respond to this?
I did not.
Let's talk about Dr. Husel and ketamine. I think you said ketamine can't get over it.
Correct. Well, at the time, I don't know what it is now. At the time, it could not.
That's everything we're talking about is that. Did Dr. Husel ever call you about him not being able to get things out on override, him not being able to get ketamine out on override?
Yes.
Were you ever present when Greg Dressbaugh received a phone call from Dr. Husel about him not being able to get ketamine out on override?
Yes.
So yesterday it was said that doctors had no idea how the Pyxis machine worked. Dr. Husel, based on your conversations regarding the override function regarding ketamine, did it appear to you that he knew how the Pyxis machine worked and its override function?
Your Honor, objection as to speculation as to what Dr. Husel thought. The question is also compound.
Okay, overruled. Can you answer the question?
Can you ask again, please?
Based on Dr. Husel calling you and your awareness that he would call Greg Dressbaugh about his inability to override ketamine on the Pyxis, did it appear to you that Dr. Husel knew about the override function on Pyxis?
It appeared so, yes.
Just summarize and bring us back to where we were in this tale. You put in your voice report, or the voice report's been put in, right? You're out. Is your bed, see, you know, what happens next? What's the next thing you remember happens?
Nothing until it was like 2 or 3 weeks later, there was another case came up that Greg saw.
Were you present that night when Greg saw that?
Yes.
What happened with that? Just your observations of what you saw.
Greg sent an email to Randy.
Okay. What happened next?
Uh,
Do you remember the date of that?
Thanksgiving-ish. So it was,
So your report to Randy and the subsequent voice report was in October
Correct.
of 18. This is now Thanksgiving-ish in November.
yeah, a couple, 3 weeks later.
You were there with Greg, right? You become aware of another issue, and Greg, and that's Greg Dressbaugh, sends an email.
Correct.
What happens next?
It was a day or two later, Greg sent another email because he saw another incident.
What happened next?
Next thing I remember, we got an email, everyone in the hospital got an email that Dr. Husel had lost privileges.
Was this unusual to get emails like this saying a doctor had lost privileges?
No.
So that, let's just say hypothetically a doctor quits. Do you get an email when a doctor quits, moves on to something else?
It would
Like
just
that?
say that they no longer have privileges at the hospital.
And that's the email you got regarding
Correct.
Dr. Husel. What happens next? Do you remember the date of that?
Not specifically, no. Early December, but I don't remember the date.
What happens next?
The interview with Homicide was after that.
Yeah? What date was that?
December 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there.
Is there anything I could show you which would help refresh your recollection as to the specific date you interviewed with CPD Homicide?
Yes.
And would that be the summary of your interview with them?
Yes.
Do you have yours? Because I think I could run out and the interview summary. Uh-huh. Okay. Right here. For purposes of refreshing your memory, it's just this, I guess we have to mark it. Okay. Well, I don't want to do. Okay. So stipulate that you were interviewed on Saturday, December 8th, 2018 at 12:25 p.m. Does that sound right?
It does.
So everybody's agreeing that's the date of the interview.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's a true fact then.
And where did it occur?
At Mount Carmel West.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again.
At Mount Carmel West.
And during this interview, what did you tell the police regarding your knowledge of the ordering habits, medication habits of Dr. Husel?
I don't remember.
Is there anything I can show you?
Yes, there is.
If I show you this summary?
Object to that, it's a summary. If you want to show them a transcript, if you have one, I have no objection to that.
Well, Judge, the witness can be refreshed with anything. And he said the summary would help
He
refresh his
said
memory.
the summary, you may show it to him.
Thank you. I suppose we should mark it.
Yes.
All Courts Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory as to what you told CPD?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, put that down.
Yeah, I got it. Do you recall the word you used when describing the dose that you, regarding the dose of Timmons?
Big.
What about your state of mind? Do you remember getting a statement as to the state of mind that you were in when you saw that dose on Mr. Timmons?
Alarmed.
And do you remember why you told the police you reported this alarming dose?
Because I thought someone was stealing drugs.
Okay. And did you also talk about finding out for the first time what these doses were being used for?
Yes.
And what was the purported reason for these, what was the procedure that these drugs were being used for?
Palliative ventilation withdrawal.
Say that again.
Palliative vent withdrawal.
Palliative ventilation withdrawal is what he said. See, we got these plexiglass and they're like being in a bowl. Okay, when you look that way to talk to them, I get a better hear of you because it bounces off that glass and comes over. So that's why she sometimes can't hear you depending upon which way you turn.
Understood.
And it's the same problem that people have throughout the room. Okay, we're just adjusting because of COVID. So
Okay.
be patient with it.
No,
okay?
no worries.
Go ahead.
And if these drugs had actually been used, in your mind, for palliative ventilation withdrawal, would that have been alarming?
It didn't look good.
Were you also interviewed by the pharmacy board investigators?
Yes.
Who is the pharmacy board?
They're the state body that licenses pharmacists in Ohio.
All right. And do they have investigators?
Yes.
Did a couple of them come to visit you sometime thereafter?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a chance to review your interview with them prior to today's testimony?
Yes.
All right. Let's go through what you told the investigators. Do you remember?
Hold on. Counsel, Continue on.
All right, directing your attention to your interview with the pharmacy board investigators. Specifically, what, if anything, did you tell them about, and I've just been admonished, I keep referring to James Timmons as Jack Timmons, James Nick Timmons, the one you talked to Randy about. What, if anything, did you tell the investigators regarding where your voice report, where the voice report, because it's really Randy's voice report, right?
Whoever wrote it.
Yeah. The voice report regarding James Timmons, whether that was posted.
Yeah, it was printed off and hanging just in the hallway across from the break room in the pharmacy.
Right. Still directing your attention to what you told the pharmacy board investigators. What, if anything, did you say about Dr. Husel and his likes or dislikes for compliant patients?
That it appeared he liked compliant patients.
And what, if anything, did you say regarding how he got compliant patients?
That it appeared that patients on a ventilator are compliant patients.
Was there anything about their level of consciousness that you specifically told them?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Well, I can get the question out.
What, if anything, did you tell them about their level of consciousness on the ventilators?
You have to be sedated to be on a ventilator.
What, if anything, did you tell the pharmacy board regarding your knowledge of the existence of palliative order sets?
Your Honor, I'm going to
Okay,
object.
I lost, as soon as you turned around and walked away, I couldn't hear the end of your question.
What, if anything, did you tell during this interview with the pharmacy board regarding your knowledge of an order set for palliative withdrawals?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. First of all, I think the pharmacy board inquiry is now a relevance issue. But I also, I think it's a relevant issue. It's also leading, there's other multiple problems with the line of questioning, I think.
Okay. Overruled. Can you answer the question? Of course, you don't remember it, right?
To be safe.
What, if anything, did you tell the pharmacy board regarding your knowledge of palliative order sets?
That if there was one, I wasn't aware of it.
What's an order set?
A pre-put together list, for lack of a better word, of things that are commonly used together. So it doesn't even have to be all drugs related. It could be, like oxygen orders or nutrition orders or other things you saw, but it was if you're doing this, these are the things that are commonly used when you do this, and the prescriber didn't have to pick anything. It was just provided as a shortcut, if you will. Like this is, if you're doing this, this stuff is commonly used. You can just, it speeds up the order entry process for the prescriber.
And what did you tell the pharmacy board regarding your knowledge of the existence of one for palliative order?
If there was one, I didn't know about it.
What, if anything, did you tell the pharmacy board about why you did not confront Dr. Husel about his dosing practices?
Your Honor, can we object? Can we approach?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Zahn.
All right. So, referring to your interview with the pharmacy board investigators, did you tell them anything about why you did not confront Dr. Husel?
Yes.
What did you tell them? What were your reasons?
That there weren't any real specific policies, guidelines, rules I could really lean on to enforce anything I might say anyway.
Like an order set? You just said policy
Staying.
or anything you could lean on, like an order set. I was suggesting.
Sustain, okay? Next question.
Would an order set have been one of those policies that you could have leaned on?
Could have referenced it.
Okay. All right, referring again to your interview with
Okay.
the pharmacy board investigator.
I'm going to shorten this up a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about an interview over the next series of questions. So instead of us hearing that line repeatedly, let's move on to the direct questions.
Okay,
And if you change the subject matter, then we can tell them what subject you're talking about then.
very good. Did you have any, in your mind, any reasons why this happened? This
Yes,
whole thing with Dr. Husel?
yes.
What were those reasons?
In my opinion, it
Yeah.
was,
I'm sorry, the question was, what did you tell them?
Oh, I thought we just short circuited all that. I thought that's what they were telling me.
I'm sorry, just what's the question pending?
Okay, I prefaced it instead of us going through hearing every time that this is before the board, the jury is to assume all these questions are based upon his discussions with the board.
Sorry.
Okay. I thought that would be the appropriate thing.
No,
I didn't want to hear the same prefaced question the whole time. Proceed.
Go ahead and answer.
that the combination of being night shift, Pixis overrides being somewhat lax and seemingly unmonitored, and only having one physician on at nights allowed something like this to happen.
What changed on October 24th? Why are you
What
talking
year?
in miles on October 24th?
What year?
2018.
Okay.
With James Timmons, with James Timmons. What changed?
It was, if you think about you brought up Kavanaugh earlier, if you think about that as the 1,000 micrograms, and then I think there was Versed with that one too. That you think of that as like one unit, sure, 1,000 plus Versed. Then there was, with Timmons, it ended up being two of those, two separate units. It was 1,010 of Versed, and then 10 of Dilaudid and 10 more of Versed. So it was two, in my mind, two separate, I don't even know what the word is, two separate, not instances, but it appeared to be double what I had seen before. So that was the first thing. And then the pharmacy had been, sorry to confuse the situation, but bypassed altogether. We didn't, but for that phone call, I wouldn't have known, we pharmacy wouldn't have known it was going on at all.
Did you also find out about what procedure was now being alleged in this case, in these cases?
Yeah, later on that Thursday evening.
And it's your testimony, you didn't know what procedure was being, these doses were being performed. You called about Janet Kavanaugh or any of the other large doses.
Correct.
And the fact that it was a palliative withdrawal, was that part of what changed for you?
It's been asked and answered.
Okay, we'll move on. Did you also interview with Mount Carmel HR?
Yes.
And do you recall what date that was?
January 9th, maybe, thereabouts.
Did you answer questions regarding Dr. Husel's fentanyl and midazolam dosing practices?
Yes.
Have you ever been able to listen to a recording of that interview?
No.
Were you able to review notes that someone else took of your answers?
Yes.
Do all of those appear to be fair and accurate answers to your questions, or
Appear-
answers to the questions that they gave?
Appeared to be yes.
At any point in there, do you say you knew prior to October 24th of 2018 what the procedure was?
No.
Who's Bo Chang?
He was, well, still is, I guess, was a pharmacist at Mount Carmel.
Okay. Do you recall an email from Mr. Chang on Friday, February 21st of 2018?
No.
If I were to show you State's Exhibit 20C, could I have you look at that and see if you recognize this document?
Sure. You said February,
Oh,
December.
oh,
Yes, yes, I've seen this before.
okay. Does that appear to be fair and accurate?
Appears to be yes.
You're a part of this email chain at the top?
Uh,
Sorry. Thank you.
Are we good?
Waiting for the question.
Are you on this email chain on this email?
yes.
For the record, the witness pointed out when I spoke, December 21st of 2018. Does this appear to be fair and accurate?
Appears to be yes.
All right. So what happens after you've talked to all these people? Did you still work at Mount Carmel after all of this?
No, I was put on leave middle of December. I don't remember the date.
Okay. How did that happen? Tell
Got
the
it.
folks about that.
I got a call from Janet Whitty, who was the chief pharmacy officer, maybe. I don't know. She was high up at Mount Carmel at the time in the pharmacy department. And she called me on Wednesday evening as I was getting to go into work and just said, "You don't have to go in today. You're on leave."
Were any reasons, did you understand any reasons of why you were on leave at that point?
Speculation only. I could guess, but she didn't tell me specifically.
Okay, you don't know of any direct, no one's informed you of any reasons, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You didn't get any reasons? That's
Correct.
what you
Correct.
said. How long were you on leave?
Till July 11th of 19.
What happened in July, if anything? July 11th, 2019.
I was terminated.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon break. 15 minutes, it's posted at 15 after 3. Remember the admonition? David, call us up. Have a great break, ladies and gentlemen. Just relax. Hang tight. We're gone.
Sorry.
Hard to know where to start.
Okay, let's hold on till. Okay, you ready there, Sam? Remember I instructed you earlier, you're not discussing testimony, you're under the same rule.
Understood.
Okay? We'll see you back on the stand in 15 minutes. Anything for the record, Mr. Zion?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Menashe?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the court reporters indicated that sometimes the echoes of the talking going on in the background over here is causing her problems to hear. Try to keep it down a little bit, okay?
Just right there. Could I have all the exhibits, David? If
The ones I
have
use?
them? Yes, please.
Absolutely. And I think this is all of them. I just scooped them out.
My job.
Is anything missing? Anything in our books?
It ain't gonna make any difference.
This was just.
Yeah, I know, well, it's the fish bowls.
This is
Why you
mine.
gotta took mine down?
I mean, that's,
I think the rest
I
of
mean,
this
and
is
that's
all.
just why I took
Okay.
it up.
It should be in
I
somewhere.
just can't, like, I think I hear it, but I want to make sure I'm hearing the right things. so.
Well, we think that the holes will help a bit.
Yeah.
We're hoping.
Can I have the sticky notes? Yes. When you get an order, a medication order, how long would you say you usually spent on reviewing it?
I don't know.
What would be a guess?
I don't want to guess.
But you have two screens, right?
You do.
And one of them is the patient medical records.
Could be, yes.
And so if you had any questions about tolerance, let's say, you could scroll through the medical record?
You can see what the patient has previously been given or whatever, yes.
So you could potentially see if someone had been in Mount Carmel for 10 days, how much fentanyl they had received over a 10-day period, right?
You could, yes.
Or how many opioids had been given to them for pain, let's say, over a 10-day period, right?
You could, yes.
And one of the things when you are determining whether a nurse or order is appropriate is patient specific, right? It's things like tolerance.
Yes.
And name some other factors that you consider when determining whether a medication is appropriate or not.
What did I say earlier? Age.
Hello,
age,
everyone.
organ function, kidney and liver function, opioid tolerance, what they're treating, like whether it's appropriate or not for the desired outcome.
Howdy.
And
I'm
those
back.
are all the things in your training and expertise that you took into account when you were reviewing orders that came through to determine if they were appropriate, correct?
Prospectively, yes.
And in addition to the medical record, we know that you call
Correct.
upstairs, but we also know that while you worked, you always had Greg working there to kind of consult with too, right?
When he wasn't on vacation and stuff, sure.
Sure.
Yes,
And Greg had more years of experience as a pharmacist than you did.
correct.
I'll end with Timmons. So we'll get those records. As soon as I get the, here we go. Okay. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 11B. I know you were asked about this on direct, and I've asked you about it too, but are you familiar with a bad death?
Familiar with the what?
We're on defense,
Like
right?
what
The
they call a bad
cross-examination?
death?
I'm not, no ma'am.
So let's just go right here to the fentanyl, the order time. What is the order time on that?
Order date time 0300.
Okay, and then down here, the Versed is, would you agree with me, the same order time?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that the Dilaudid is actually 5 minutes later?
yes.
So not ordered at the same time?
It appears not, yes.
And similarly, the Versed, this last order, the Versed, would you agree with me that that order is at what time does it appear?
0323.
So according to this record right here, with respect to James Timmons, these drugs that you talked about, that the nurse called you about, they were not ordered at one time.
Objection as to the nurse called you about.
The diversion call.
I'll permit
Objection as
it.
to the diversion call.
Permit it. Do you
I'm
understand
assuming the
question?
defense has been doing a
They
pretty
were
good
not
job
ordered At
again.
the same time?
That's
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Almost, what, you gonna be done in 3 minutes?
I'm not gonna be done.
You want 3 minutes worth? Go for it.
I just don't want to be here till June. Can I start?
Yeah.
And I just want to start for a little bit here where Ms. Menashe left off, but that's okay. I'll make all of those
Yep.
words tonight afterwards. The diversion call. Remember Ms. Menashe asking me that?
I do.
I got it up here when we started in my notes. And then she called it that diversion call. I tried to count in my mind. Were you counting in your mind how many times she called it the diversion call?
I was not.
Was it more than twice?
Okay. You have questions of him or
Yeah.
about? Okay.
Was it more than twice?
I don't know.
Well, you know, she said at the beginning that she just called it the diversion call, right?
Okay,
You remember that?
yes.
Okay. Do you remember your answer?
No,
Okay. Do you remember saying it was one of the possible reasons?
I do.
Okay. Did Ms. Menashe ask you what the other possible reason was? Does one imply there was another one?
It does imply that, yes.
All right, well, then let's finish on that. What was the other reason that you decided this needed to be parked up to Randy Miles?
Because the optics were not great.
What were the words you used to describe this dose that you saw from Mr. Timmons, if it really was for a palliative withdrawal and not diversion?
Has been answered, Your Honor.
No, this is Crawford. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
I'll give you the question, but is that your last one for the day?
Yeah, yep. Remember your exact words?
Alarming?
Well, that is what you told the police. Do you remember the words that you told the pharmacy board at 1:11 into your interview, at 1 hour and 11 minutes?
No.
If I were to show you
Yes.
Little Marcus Court's 3, this was a document I prepared for his attorney for review, pass along. A document, an email sent to his attorney, ask him
And what are you using?
to refresh his memory.
But he didn't write this email.
He didn't have to, not to refresh memory. I could show him a tray of lasagna that would help refresh his memory.
You have to lay an evidentiary foundation for that, though.
Are we going to ask a question here?
May I approach the witness to refresh his memory?
You may.
That's pushing it, though, if he didn't write the email.
Sam, could I ask
It's almost hearsay.
Was candidate refresh his memory?
as to
Yeah,
what?
but you're refreshing his memory is something he didn't do, so how would he?
You asked the last question.
He has no
was,
idea what the hell it
asking
is,
me.
ultimately.
Do you want the last questions for Linus? Yes.
Well, that was what you told the police. Do you remember the words you told the pharmacy board at 1:11 into your interview at 1 hour and 11 minutes?
Okay, I would ask, and I understand what the court's ruling is likely to be, that I'm allowed to recross on that one point.
Okay. We will talk about it. Go ahead.
Showing your red mark as 4. This can take long at 1:11. Don't say it out loud. You do it to see if it refreshes your memory.
Yes.
Bullshit. You can't be refreshed off something you didn't write or didn't come to you.
What were your words to the pharmacy board investigators? If these drugs were not being stolen, if they were being used for palliative extubation, what were your words to describe that dose?
Wildly excessive.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can end there today.
So you're back tomorrow with this witness?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have a great evening. Remember the admonitions. We'll get started at 9. I'm glad nobody overslept this morning.
Thank you. All rise.
Later on, we'll see that there's a projectile laying on the ground next to the dining room table.
And Exhibit 54.
These are closer ups. And in this photograph, you see another additional bullet defect or projectile path through that common wall.
So that accounts for the 5 shots through the sliding door.
Correct.
One that hit the chair that we saw, and then this one above the chair rail there. Could you point that one out? That's the second one, and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And this is the common wall into apartment 3.
This is a common wall from 4. This is the apartment 4 side, and the projectiles would have passed through the common wall into the apartment 3 north of apartment 4.
Exhibit 55.
Holy shit, he was not aiming
So
at those
the
shots.
damage caused by the projectiles on the dining room table.
What the fuck was this guy aiming at? That's all over the place.
This is a
He's not even
view
being shot at.
outside of that glass, standing on the patio. The glass had, by this point, had fallen, and it's a view inside the apartment showing defect on that.
Gabby, I wasn't going to switch back. It looks like they're done.
You're standing in front of the sliding doors.
Correct. Yes.
Taking this photo. And where's the front door then?
Front door's here.
In the hallway?
Hallway's here. It's kind of hard to tell because the walls are all white, but that's the hallway.
The hallway that leads to the bedrooms at the end.
It's the hallway. Yes.
57.
57 is that dresser drawer in south bedroom, showing that
They're all
projectile,
done
and
in the
this
other
is the
courtroom.
damage that projectile caused when it entered the south bedroom window, and it that's where it was found.
That
If you guys aren't
projectile
firearm savvy,
was later
bullets go through
determined to have been fired
everything.
from Detective Hankison's gun.
Yes.
Going like 900 miles an hour.
Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, 58.
This is a projectile that's found in the utility closet, just north of that hallway, where it penetrated the drywall or substrate and landed and rested right there where we found it.
And also later determined to have been fired from Detective Hankison's gun.
Correct.
59.
This is the south bedroom. So it's kind of hard to tell, but you can tell there's an offset here. This is, if you were standing in the hallway looking into the south bedroom, this is the black, like blacked out curtains with blinds behind it. And this is that dresser that we talked about with the projectile on that top left drawer. The reason why this bed is up like this is because when SWAT came in to clear the apartment for threats, they identified the weapon, the 9mm weapon we spoke about earlier, and they kept it up like that so it would be visible to investigators as they came into the apartment.
Would you point out the window there? And that's the other side of that, the outside window with the bullet defects.
Yes.
And so that's a shade or a curtain?
A curtain with blinds on the backside of it. So there's blinds immediately on the window, if you will, and then there's that's like a fabric curtain, or it may actually even just been this fabric that was pinned to kind of black out the room for light purposes.
And were there bullet defects in the blinds
Yes.
and the curtain?
Yes.
Exhibit 60.
This is a projectile was found in the bathroom. It's a fiberglass insert tub and shower combo. Just was sitting here on this soap shelf. Projectiles are, it's weird how you find things. You're just, how did it end up there? I mean, of all places. But as it travels through material, it changes in velocity, it changes in shape, and it's unpredictable.
And that bullet later determined to have been fired from Hankison's gun.
Correct.
The bathroom
Yeah.
being across
Bullets do weird
on
things.
the other side of the hallway from
So that's
the
not
south bedroom.
that's not impossible.
Correct.
Exhibit 61.
This is that gun we spoke about. This is the bed. It's been propped up in the south bedroom.
And what type of gun is that? Pistol is that?
It's a Glock 9mm.
Exhibit 62.
This is that same window that had bullet defect from the exterior into that dresser where we found a projectile in that top left drawer, beds up, guns on the floor. This shows the curtain, if you will, or material that's covering the blinds of the window.
And 63.
That is a sequential bolt defect from the window to the drywall. So what we did was, and you'll see this maybe in later pictures where we identify them numerically in letters. So we correspond the defect in the window to the defect in the drywall. And we did that using a laser, and we use the laser to go through the window. We can't use rods because you can't put rods in glass. You can tell by sequence in glass, but in this case, the shot pattern of the glass was expanded to the point where it didn't alter the glass, like it didn't collapse the window. So each shot was identifiable, and the laser identified the corresponding or sequential defect
Coming from the window.
from the window. So
This
it gave you a trajectory.
And that's the door to the south bedroom that goes into the
Yeah, so
hall.
it's the window south, north. This is a door goes into the hallway, so it's going south to north.
64.
It's marker 44. It's the Glock 9mm handgun.
And that was obviously collected as evidence.
Yes.
65.
This is a handwritten note that we found. That was correspondence between Breonna Taylor and Jamarcus Glover.
66.
It's the same envelope showing the correspondence between the two parties.
And found in the apartment.
Correct.
67.
These were bills in Jamarcus Glover's name from these companies.
Found in the apartment.
Found in the apartment.
68.
Marker 40. It's a fragment of a projectile. And it's the projectile that struck the dining room table.
That we saw earlier that hit the chair and then was found on the floor.
Yes, right on the floor, right next to the table.
So it never made its final resting place was apartment 4.
Correct.
69.
This is a further back view or wider expanded view of marker 40. It's really hard to tell where that fragment is, but it shows a relationship between the table and the marker number.
And the fragment was later testing revealed to have been fired from Hankison's gun.
Correct.
We have, and you said that contact was made with the residents of apartment 3 and photographs were taken by the crime scene unit. We have already heard testimony from Cody Etherton and seen the majority of those photos, but there are 3 of those photos that I'd like for you to look at. Handing you what's marked Commonwealth's Exhibit 106, 107, 108.
So 106 is a photograph of the living room area of apartment 3, showing obvious defect to that glass glass sliding door. Exhibit 107 is the defect that the dining room table in apartment 3 sustained from projectiles traveling through that common wall. And then exhibit 108 is just a further back view of the same table showing the the perspective of that, of exhibit 107 in relation to that dining room table.
And the bullet is laying on the table
Correct.
in front of the computer.
Correct.
And those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene as it was early that morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Would move to admit exhibits 106, 107, and 108.
Objection.
They'll be so admitted. Did you move to admit 1 through 69 minus exhibit 50, or were you not ready to do
Now,
that
if I
yet?
did move to admit 1 through 49 and 51 through 69.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they will be so admitted. Counsel, would you approach for a moment, please?
I wonder what's going on. I wonder if they're getting ready to break for the day, 'cause Kentucky's on Eastern Standard Time as well. Trudeau just lifted the Emergencies Act? I mean, did they lift it and then also agree they're not going to keep stuff going permanently? I mean, I don't know. That lifting it but then keeping other things permanent doesn't really do much. So I would really want to see what happens. But I'll believe it when I see it and they unfreeze
All right, ladies and
accounts and
gentlemen,
quit
we've had a
hounding
pretty
people.
long day, heard a lot of testimony. I think this might be a good time for us to go ahead and recess for the evening. We'll return tomorrow morning at 9:30 to hear further testimony in the case. We had talked with you about going to the scene.
It's a very
The weather's
grandma
not
looking
looking
judge.
very good for tomorrow. It looks like there's going to be a lot of rain, so we're going to hold off until Friday, just in case you all wanted to make some plans in terms of going out there. You will be transported by the sheriff's department. I was talking about in terms of what shoes you might want to
Ooh,
wear.
they're gonna
what
do
you
a
might wanna
jury
bring
view.
with you to go to the scene. So we'll probably go there Friday afternoon rather
very
than
common.
going tomorrow. All right, so I will see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please remember the separation admonition.
She's such a nice lady.
Jury, and
I could see her sentencing someone in prison like, I'm really sorry, but I have to send you to prison for your life. So that's it for the day here too. They're going to do a jury view, which is when the jury goes to a crime scene in a location. It doesn't always happen. That's sometimes you need it. And what they're going to do there, I think, will show everybody where Hankinson was standing and what he shot into, and how that worked. So, yeah, Critter, it's very rare. It doesn't happen a lot. Now, it's interesting because when I get hired or whenever I'm involved in a criminal case, I always go through a crime scene. Like I'll go take a look at that place, or if there's like my client runs from the cops, I'm going to drive the route just so I can see what it looks like, what's there.
And you can step down if you'd like, and then we'll see you back
But
tomorrow.
yeah, the
Please
jury-
don't discuss your testimony with anyone since you are still on the witness stand. All right, in terms of whether we're going to have the trial on Monday, I guess it depends on how far, did we get as far as you had hoped that we would get today? Are we already behind?
We're actually just a little bit behind. There were two very short witnesses.
Okay. Why should she just have like the COVID shield in front of her face? Like, why not around her?
Advance.
That is completely stupid.
So
Yeah, toxic. Other people are telling me he did. Yeah, if he did, then he did. I guess.
Okay.
Chalk up one for the government finally rescinding power that they
All right.
covetously seized from the people.
Well, then maybe can we just make that decision tomorrow regarding Monday? And we'll hopefully have a better sense of how we're moving along with the witnesses. All right. Anything else?
Nothing, Your
Honor. Okay. See you tomorrow morning.
I'm just going to talk real quick, guys. I got some work I have to keep doing. Made it back. Sorry for that jam up with the stream. So The way a jury review works, they get transported. They get transported by the court. The attorney goes, the prosecutor goes, and the defendant goes. Nobody talks when they're there. They get told, look, this is where we are. This is the apartment in question. And then the jury gets to walk around and look. Generally speaking, you're not allowed to talk. The defendants can't talk. The prosecutor can't talk. The jurors aren't supposed to talk. They're just taught. They're taught, and they can look around. They might get told these are where the holes were, and that's it. Just so they have some idea of what they're looking at. But a jury view it's not a very common thing, especially in the days of video now, high quality video, high quality cameras. Yeah, we'll talk about that as it gets going. But for right now, guys, I got a ton of work to do. I will try to set this up for tomorrow for William Husel again. Guys, like this Brett Hankinson one, it's an interesting trial, but he doesn't have an excuse. I mean, the guy literally just went like, ah, and as he shot. And I'm sure somebody might clip that. But that's what he did. He shot through the wall like a panicked little girl. Bye, Brett. Have fun in prison, you asshole. Thank God you didn't kill anybody, unlike your comrades who did kill Breonna Taylor. At least you didn't hurt anyone. Advice to the truckers, don't bombard with incessant honking. Yeah, it's a lot harder to come after people for honking down here. Anyway, yeah, there's Hankinson. Like I said, I think he's going to get convicted. I don't see him walking out of here on this one. That's why, like I said, this Dr. Husel one, from what I was able to listen to bits and pieces, it's interesting. The pharmacist was like, yeah, this seemed weird. But once he said, okay, no, I want that, he said, oh, okay, fill prescriptions. So that's why I'm going to stay with that one, guys. I apologize, but I think this is really the big one. I'm also kind of, I'm staking that claim. I'm sticking in this one. I'm airing this one. So we'll work on that. Tomorrow is another day for me to do a lot of stuff in court. I got stuff in the morning. I'll probably be around in my office in the afternoon, so you might see me pop in and out there. But that's really it. So I've got a couple of clients in the morning. I've got a couple of things I have to take care of, and then I'll be around to give some commentary here and there. And yeah, we'll do that. Friday, I plan on being working from home, so you'll have my glorious face to look at all day long. Yeah, Matthew, thank you again. Have a nice night up there in Wales. Watch out for the dragons. That's it, guys. Have a nice night, and I will be back on here first thing in the morning.